Comunque sono romani, fanno tutto questo, mi dispiace che dici quando dici mai avuto questi disagi, trovate cose nuove, ci pensi, la Ricci che proprio sarà frate di una roba buona, sicuro. Adesso stiamo finendo, no, per il caso perché non si è toccato, niente, adesso sì, l'ho letta la mail, volevo una leva da poi di sabato. Allora lo devo ricordare il nome del modaio e tutto. Ok. Ah no, perché non si ha solo al portatore, vero? Non ho fatto quello del... Ok. Però quando andiamo in Italia dipende mondiale, quindi neanche io, sono d'accordo.
Test. Allo, cia. Allo, cia, Allo, Allo, hi. Allo, ja, cia. Allo, allo, allo.
Non ha scritto più niente perché abbiamo mandato lui per quello che quello si rispetta, l'abbiamo mandato ieri. Gliel'abbiamo scritto, si apre probabilmente loro non gli interessa niente. Però gli abbiamo almeno fatto una gentilezza, gli abbiamo detto che poi questa cosa è legata a un evento che inizia il 4, quindi gentilmente lo faranno veloce. Sarebbe carino. Però giustamente io ho parlato un po' con Luca, ok? Luca mi fa, io da novembre mi telefono per avere tutto il materiale per fare il sottomissione e quello che abbiamo fatto di settimane fa. Cioè, domani lo dico più presto, non so se non lo vuoi, però quando quello ti scassava una miglia e te le chiedeva 15 volte al giorno prima di Natale, non è perché non lo so dire, perché infatti mi ha detto, uccidendo, sto distruggendo lui. Tony è quasi finito, di nuovo, Tony è quasi finito. E next week inizia Rinaldi, non ho la gestione, durante questa trasferta mando mail a Jenny. Almeno oggi, almeno una mail, dico che sì. Vabbè, poi lui che mi pasto, e se mi tronco il cazzo, mi appende al muro. No, non l'ho fatto. Ma ieri se non era perché io andavo nella sua camera a mandare per dirgli che devo fare domani, non lo faceva. Perché lui mi fa, domani mattina rispondeva a me, gli faccio, oh Lu, mi hai fatto dire a Tony che stasera ho detto che sto lavando il treno. Ma vedo, faccio domani mattina allora alle 8:30 inizio a chiamare a tutti, ormai una vendita da chiamare, no? Alle 11 di sera. Ma lui mi rivede sempre venerdì alle 18, io non lavoro, no, anzi siamo dei grandi, vi sto rispondendo perché sono un grande, vogliamo morire, sempre così, no? Sono d'accordo con lui, sono d'accordissimo con lui. Sono d'accordissimo, sono d'accordissimo, sono d'accordissimo. No, considera che lui mi scrive di cose anche da laboratorio, quindi il tempo ce l'hai, sto facendo quello, le hai, quindi vuol dire che stai gestendo male il tempo. Cioè anche a me piacerebbe fare sempre le cose che mi piacciono a me, però ci sono dei cazzi da smarcare, cioè è così. Sì, sì, sto spacchio di toni CMT, comunque lui è monotask, appena gli dai una cosa da fare, non va bene. Sì, sì. Sì, comunque lui due cose alla volta muore. Ok, sto mandando mail, vado dritto su mail operative per organizzare ore e giornate. Sì, però capito cosa abbiamo dovuto scrivere, Fra? Sì. Sì, sì, è bellissimo, fammi appendere al muro funziona sempre. Sì, 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 sì. No, ma certo, sì, 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 sì. E io l'ho detto, io rispondo, ho detto, raga, comunque aziendalmente va bene tutto, no? Però è sempre un'azienda ha delle regole, ok? Cioè funziona così. Non è che perché siamo tutti brother e fratelli lavoriamo a favore di cazzo, ma cioè, funziona così, esatto, anzi lavoriamo meglio ancora, ma ci sono esatto, però quando c'è da fare delle cose si devono fare. Ma comunque, vai, sto scrivendo mail, si è attivato. Sì, lo so, io non vado a casa pure sicuro la verità, io non ho mai detto. Sì, sì, sì. Infatti ci stiamo muovendo giusto. Ci stiamo muovendo giusto. Sì, sì. No, non è così. Dobbiamo fare una riunione generale dove guardiamo. No, no. sto vicino all'acqua. Non c'è. Cioè, no. No, no, certo, però quest'anno consolidiamo, quest'anno dobbiamo andare alle autorità. Ok, allora siamo più o meno allineati, in caso di emergenza ci siamo, comunque noi ci abbiamo la call alle, non mi devo tornare col calendario davanti, alle 14 abbiamo la call con Sky, perfetto. Francesco Cardinale. Dal Belgio, frate, se lo scrivi qua, sì, perché io il telefono ce l'ho svizzero, invece stiamo andando con la connessione italiana, giusto? Perché siamo con l'hotspot di privacy. In Svizzera non usciamo, frate, con le connessioni in Svizzera. Teoricamente con la connessione italiana sta funzionando meglio, quello che dice. Se ti volete, vabbè. Ora li butto giù, aspetta che li legge il sito a fondo, che così lo so per vabbè, ora abbiamo fatto anche il sito delle job, quindi dovremmo tra un po' questa roba qui dovremmo iniziare a avere un po' di peso. Se vuoi fare una cosa, si apre il sito, sì. Ora sto preparando, allora adesso mi chiudo il post su LinkedIn del Foster e lo dico adesso o pomeriggio, prima pomeriggio, perché proprio magari che facciamo le cose lo chiudo, perché poi mercoledì faccio quello del configuration management. Ok, che lo stiamo dividendo in due. Ora ci mandano le foto, ora ci facciamo delle foto lì sotto con i ragazzi. No, come mai? No, quelli sono gli evergreen Clium e SEO quelli, fra nel sito di codice. Quelli li avevo caricati, anche perché su LinkedIn non ne hanno posizione, almeno fino all'altro giorno mi sono...
C'è solo una riunione quello di Alice.
Sì, quello di Alice, esatto. Noi ne abbiamo un po' posizionate. E se vai su creo che sul nostro sito, nell'home page, vai alla fine della pagina. Nell'home page, a fine pagina, proprio alla fine, ho aggiunto una CTA, un ballerino, lavora con noi, entra nel team che sì. E qua c'hai che rimanda al sito non sto. Sì, questa roba la stavo lavando a Carmine, devo dirgli a Carmine che deve stare attento quando pubblica. Sì, questa pagina è in gestione a Carmine da solo. Sì, e se l'ultimo, l'ha pubblicato adesso, 0202. Questo l'hanno pubblicato adesso, ma lo devono togliere, questo non lo devono pubblicare questa roba. Aspetta, che una foto non la Carmine, quella la mandi tu. Sì, e vedi che sfiga, questo lavoro stava facendo una prova, l'hanno mettato in pieno. Ciao bro.
E devi dire che la fai su LinkedIn, dobbiamo mettere sopra.
E poi dobbiamo fare lo play su LinkedIn.
Necessario.
C'è pubblicato questo. Ok. Però lo stiamo strutturando un po' meglio, almeno c'è un po' di materiale. Ma chi? Perfetto. No, questo è chiuso. No, massimo 10 euro. Allora, secondo me con Oracle Apex Chiasso usciamo prima di quando è. Oracle Apex Chiasso. Ora io devo cambiare le parole, devo usare il 10, devo allargare questa cosa qua, perché non abbiamo la parola vicina all'interno dei contenuti, questa cosa la devo sistemare, infatti non uscivo mai. Però Oracle Apex Chiasso esce per questi, perché a Chiasso sì, e a me risulta il primo che è ok. Scrivendo Oracle Apex Chiasso. Oracle Apps di Keoge. E adesso lo cambio, adesso qui dentro devo switchare tutti questi contenuti col vicino, devo allargare il territorio. Perché così almeno poi lo riusciamo sempre primi con sviluppo, vicino, perché almeno il vicino che è il programma là, diciamo, iniziamo ad allargare di nuovo. Oh, va bene, va bene, va bene. Luca, l'abbiamo bacchettato, adesso stiamo andando mezza, scrivendo, stai tranquillo, stai sereno, sto scrivendo. Che ma che dovrebbe essere utilizzato. Vabbè, ci sentiamo alle 2, ci stiamo, ciao. Ma che poi fra un'ora ti rompo il cazzo.
No, io non ho ricevuto nulla di ufficiale, quindi immagino che quella cosa sia
Cioè, non vorrei che poi dico uno si mette a fare altre cose, capito? Che poi sta
poi
nota.
domani dentro montare una cosa, montare il sistema senza l'orlo,
Non è che non
sì, ma questo dai. Ho lasciato tutto il tizio delle porte del corso, questo quando è? Il 29 gennaio, io non ho un messaggio ufficiale, come quando dice lo Slack del porto, il WhatsApp del Fosca. Vieni da me, c'è questo cosa, facciamo una cosa. Io non lascio stare, non è che mi metto là a dire.
lo so che è lì, però poi ci scrivono tardi e quello che mi fa il cazzo, capito? Fammi riprendere 15 volte. Magari
cioè,
le cose le sai,
non è che mi deve fare incazzare a me, capisco che ora c'è la gestione del cliente, quella è un'opportunità in carico, come lo gestisce lui, se mi chiama alle 6 di mattina, mi chiama alle 2 di mattina, no, ma lo gestisco io. L'obiettivo sicuramente sia un tempo complicato, però non è che devo essere posso scrivere. scritto a te, io no.
Cioè,
Però fa queste cose
no,
che
lo
mi
chiamo tu. No, lo
chiama tu, perché ci deve essere un pro, io non mi voglio mettere io, perché mi metterei io, per levarti tutti i cazzi. Perché sennò significa ascoltare Luca, quindi Luca, lascialo stare, facciamo di fare la vita.
Allora, noi dobbiamo mangiare qualcosina e dobbiamo essere qua, dobbiamo stare sereni, va bene, no, io la quello faccio online. No, io lo faccio online, non sono a posto. Con le cuffie, non ho bisogno di stare facendo. Nel frattempo, se andiamo con il buono, andiamo così fuori un piazzo vicino di torno a fregare che non devo fare. Volevo essere sicuro di non avere cazzi, ma devo dire magari metto che metto la letto sul campo, sereno. Non voglio, capito, chiamate
Anche questa cosa di cioè che Vladi parla con Flavio, saprei io con Flavio.
Ma perché infatti ci sta fare un
Ma io lascio lo spazio, cioè siccome lo conosce Vladi, si è inserito, secondo me Vladi non è la persona adatta per parlare. Lui mi ha scritto la mail.
Stava facendo il telefono senza fili, lui dice a lui,
Ma non è capace di chiudere un progetto. Poi c'è anche il discorso, questa cosa, se Giorgio fosse stata dipendente, sarebbe stato da dire, ciao Flavio, facciamo un incontro in presenza, e andavamo io e Giorgio. Non vorrei che lui fa copia e incolla del trafiletto che io ho scritto e lo manda.
chiamiamo Blasi.
Ciao Vladi.
Ciao Bla. Va bene?
Allora ti ho condiviso io la mail, ovviamente confidenziale, infatti ci siamo solo noi, sulla parte di quello che Giorgio pensa in base a quello che tu ci hai mandato, che ti aveva scritto Flavio.
Ma Vladi, dico sì, dico Vladi, lo sentiamo direttamente noi? Sì, lo sentiamo direttamente noi. Certo. Certo, certo. Sì, così io manterrei, dico sempre che magari una volta che lo spieghiamo, poi se lo vuole fare lo fa, se non lo vuole fare niente, però almeno capito, ha sempre lo stesso interlocutore sulla parte tecnica. Certo. No, tu se lo senti per altri motivi, perché tipo, lo senti per la parte più di business, capito, in generale, però magari tipo sulla parte di spiegargli il perché e come glielo faccio spiegare direttamente a Gabri, no? Almeno siamo. Poi tu lo chiami, capito, gli dici allora come stai, come va, no? Lo senti tu per altre più per la parte informale, no? Sì, ma stavo con Flavio, siamo allineati nel quello che ha fatto. Sì. Va bene, dai, ci sentiamo tanto, noi torniamo mercoledì, casomai ci sentiamo dopo. Ciao.
Allora, non viene dire se io sto, mi devi dire se io sto sbagliando.
Sì, stai sbagliando tu, perché il progetto, ok, in generale, non perché stai sbagliando tu, nel senso non è un problema lì, non lo puoi mettere in mezzo a queste cose.
Ma io l'ho messo in mezzo.
Ma tu neanche gliele devi spiegare le cose a Vladi, perché Vladi non sa niente. Quello poi prende il tuo trafiletto e proverà a babuccare quello che ha capito del tuo trafiletto. Quindi
Vladi, il flusso è chiaro.
No, il flusso
si aprono delle mail. Okay. Se Vladi scrive, cioè se lui scrive solamente a Vladi,
e Vladi deve rispondere dicendo questa roba qua, ok? Nel senso, partendo, e infatti per questo non è che è colpa tua perché questa roba qua, però queste cose qui non le dobbiamo fare avanzare.
Cioè è Vladi che gli deve dire Capri,
sì,
faccia il numero
esatto.
di Flavio.
In questo caso, infatti dico, tu gli rispondi e la chiudi dicendo Vladi, digli che rispondo io. Mi metti in copia, prendi la mail, digli che aggiungi in copia a Gabriele, punto, senza dire niente a Vladi. Cioè tu non puoi fare riferimento su Vladi
perché Vladi ha mandato, ma esatto, però Vladi ha mandato la proposta, lui si è attaccato a quella.
La proposta l'ha mandata a Lorenzo.
L'ha mandata Lorenzo direttamente.
Certo, le offerte le fa Lorenzo. La parte tecnica è nostra, lui ha il rapporto col cliente, se il cliente avendo la relazione con Vladi scrive a Vladi come risposta, Vladi
deve fare un passaggio interno
e dire esatto, se vedi che non lo fa e ti inoltra la mail, tu gli dici a Vladi, digli che risponderà, manda una mail, rispondi e metti in copia e ci penso io. Esatto, chiuso. Cioè a Vladi non lo devi mandare avanti,
io non lo voglio mandare
era un
avanti.
100 dietro via.
Sì, fantastico, però per me in generale, però penso che questo in una riunione in generale c'è sempre un owner che cura la comunicazione col cliente, capito? E c'è sempre un owner capito?
Ma in
se
questo
qui
caso
ci sono ovviamente le cose
sì, ma non è che ti puoi mettere su carta a fare gli schemi dell'owner, gli owner,
no, questo
ok, molto smart, Vladi non ne deve parlare di queste cose qua, perché non è capace.
certo che non è
Ok,
capace.
quindi gliela togli dalle mani e basta. E dici rispondi che rispondo io. Chiuso. Perché quello non ci arriva. E siccome poi non ci sblocchiamo, ok, poi quello capito?
Il motivo per cui non ho risposto direttamente è per dire,
No,
secondo me,
ma tu eri proprio nella mail.
nella mail
O te l'hai inoltrata?
il mio pensiero no, me l'hai inoltrata.
Ok, e tu l'unica mail che dovevi mandare a Vladi era ok, rispondi che metti in copia me e ci penso io. Chiuso. Ma penso che lo fa, dobbiamo gestire, penso altre cose, ho capito, pazzi con la moglie, tipo, vabbè, ora comunque sta roba gliela sto togliendo dalle mani, gli risponde Capri, che non mi dire.
Ciao Vladi, è una cosa il tuo pensiero verso Vladi.
Esatto.
Capito?
Però devo rispondere dicendo ok, aggiungo in CC Gabriele che segue questa parte per cercare di rimettere a tavola il cronometro e tu gli rispondevi con le due considerazioni che ti aveva fatto. Purtroppo c'è una questa non è una situazione dove
Mi ha chiamato lunedì, capito? Quando eravamo lì, ovviamente, che lui aveva fatto i conti, lui era tranquillo e poi una settimana per mandare la proposta. Sono
io poi mi devo piazzare, fare la call. Speriamo che questa roba di Skype ci apra un po' le porte. Anche lì, capito? Stamattina non tornava la fatturazione su gennaio e va, perché aveva messo che una fattura di così 100k che doveva essere pagata adesso, e Franz lo ricordava, e lei diceva no, l'hanno pagata a dicembre. Hanno pagato a dicembre, hanno pagato il caos, pagavano a gennaio e era su gennaio 100k, non erano su gennaio. Infatti, cioè, nel fondo totale di mano, avevo la politica del avevo fatto sparire 100k. Vedi, che avevi come sono.
Non so, roba erano più spallucci. Non lo so, io penso che sì, però... Vedo molti che fanno il loro e basta.
L'unico, in questo momento, l'unico. E molti, l'abito non lo contano.
Non intravedo cioè quella cazzima anche un Vlad stesso, quella cazzima, non lo consiglio.
Dammi proprio
Cioè, ti tieni in azienda e tu,
no,
ok, parli col cliente, ti sto mettendo in coda e gestiamo queste cose internamente, ce l'ha capito che sono. Yeah, done it.
Yeah, I spoke to you. Oh, I saw you on the call the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. How are you guys?
Good, yeah, perfect. During the event, I'm learning about it. It's kind of really curious for me.
Cool. Yeah, no,
It's
that's
pretty interesting.
Yeah, yeah, it's very. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I like it.
Yeah. It's not my type of event usually, so it's good for me to learn about and see what's happening there, but it's
Yeah.
just like really disturbing. It's really organized with things everywhere.
Yeah.
Like not a big difference.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, this morning was pretty interesting here.
Cool.
Yeah, a couple of,
So you
well,
got talks?
yeah, the first talk was really nice.
Okay.
Very nice. The one about open source was, it's a friend. It's not, capturing attention of people for half an hour. It's not easy. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so happy to listen to what's happening and see the questions here.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. Well, I will just quickly hold on a second.
Yeah,
just
go.
grab my stuff down. Well, good to meet you. Well, in properly person anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness. What's that?
31.4 terabytes.
Is that a new record?
Yeah, I don't know. Smashes the DDoS traffic record. It's equivalent to streaming 2.2 million Netflix 4K movies at the same time.
My goodness.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You haven't touched open for yet, have you?
I have.
Oh, man.
I was speaking to someone about that last night actually.
I reckon there's 550,000 open instances out on the internet talking to each other.
Yeah, I saw.
What?
There's so many, like the gateway command
Oh,
is just open. Like they've got misconfigured.
Oh, it's honestly. Or
Right,
Mordbot or
John.
Clawbot, whatever it's called.
Sorry?
Is it Mordbot? Clawbot?
It was originally Clawbot, and then they got a lovely letter from Claude.
Yeah, saying you
And
can't do
they
it.
changed it to Maltbot, and then they decided Maltbot
Well, they got
didn't
hacked
really
in
work.
between Clawbot and Mordbot change.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, so if you downloaded Mordbot, then you've got dodgy
no.
firmware as well.
Well, they and now it's called OpenClaw, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you want to Fabio?
No, oh, sorry, Mark has. Sorry, not you.
John.
Your Mark. Gungalow has asked me to put something, and my handwriting is shocking, so this is going to be great.
What are you putting on there?
Just a link. T.
Oh, you're a lefty.
Yeah, I am. S. Is that alright? I don't know.
You could just create a quick page and plug it into the HDMI.
I couldn't do.
Do you want to do it quick?
Nah, it's alright.
Sure.
Yeah. It's not that, the link's not that long.
Oh, there you go then.
Oh, I probably should have made that bigger.
We're not doing audio.
That's not big enough, is it? No one's going to see that.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
just create a...
Yeah, I will quit.
Got it?
Yeah, maybe I should just quickly plug in. Oh. I don't know, but isn't the speaker going to have to plug the thing in?
Yeah, but you can put it up for now, can't you?
Oh, no, I'll write it on now. It's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll just make it way bigger.
You're not going to fit it all on there. It's not... Now you're not enough width for that size lettering.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Start more to the left.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's all set up, ready to go. We're not doing a video though. Got a... Hello.
Hello.
How are you, alright?
Yep.
I have a microphone.
It's not for me, it's not for him.
Okay.
We're just helping.
I don't know who's first here.
Fabio, but he's not here yet.
Okay.
You've got 2 helpers in this run now.
Okay.
So if you want me to do anything here, I can do this here if you want me to. If you've got somewhere else you need to be.
Yeah, preferably because I'm going to be setting up the other room as well.
Okay, I'll do this one if you want. Just show me what I need to do.
Yeah, no problem.
There you go, Daniel. We'll take it over.
What's that?
Taking over the room now.
Oh.
So basically, press record on the camera, then this will go from green to red.
Yep.
Just leave it on till the end.
Okay.
Maybe zoom in and out a bit if it's needed, but generally.
How do I
just,
zoom in and out?
big
Those two?
switch here or the small switch there.
Okay.
This is the receiver for the mic, and this is the transmitter for the mic.
Yeah, it's all power charged.
Yeah, it should last. The batteries are full. Turn
Okay.
this on by long pressing that one. Same over there.
Yep.
I just leave them off now because
Yep.
yeah, it's
Makes
battery
sense.
powered and
Yeah, no
they
problems.
don't last 8 hours. They last about 4.
That's not bad.
This one is set to yeah, microphone, the internal microphone, and then this one, so we at least have a backup if it fails.
Yep, okay, fine.
So it should, yeah, you see here, this is the internal microphone, and then should be on now. And then this is the external microphone, which is a little louder.
that's working fine, yeah. So, cross picking up everything.
Yeah, it's very sensitive. So there's a battery. This was two bars of battery. Okay, we'll see. They're not new batteries, but so yeah, like that. And then over here, it's a Bluetooth mouse and keyboard. So the keyboard will probably suspend, so you have to press a button before it will do anything.
Yep.
So it's currently streaming, so it says stop streaming because it's started.
Yep.
And then there's start recording, and then it will start recording as well.
Okay.
Just leave both on for now. Just haven't had it running for like the entire morning because there was nothing to do.
Yep, fine.
Here you can also see the audio levels.
Yep.
If there's audio from the presenter, it will be here, but it's off.
Yep.
But generally no one has audio, so I'll leave that off. And you can basically switch to either laptop screen and presenter, just the presenter, or just the laptop screen by clicking these things.
Okay.
So if someone is doing a demo, then it's probably just do this, and if it's like, oh yeah, there's questions, then.
Okay.
But in general, this should be fine. And if, like, for example, this logo is in the way, you can press on logo, the I, to hide it.
Okay.
And the same for like the title and yeah, logo, title, and that's it.
Okay, you're introducing videographer.
Okay.
So between us we'll get through it, Daniel, don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be in the other room, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. Any problems,
and
okay.
run around between the rooms.
Yeah, fine.
So I think there should be, there's like 12 hours recording time on the camera, so that should be more than fine.
Yeah.
There is spare batteries in here, but I hope you won't need them.
So do I.
And yeah, so this is running.
So it's streaming right now, yeah?
Yeah, it's streaming right now.
Stop recording, I just need to press start when you start.
Yeah, but just leave it running.
Okay, just don't touch anything. I'll
Yeah,
just
we have disk space for 200 hours, so.
Okay, I'll leave it.
Unless it's like a really long break, then you can stop it because these things do get hot, and when they get hot, they get slightly too slow to do what they need to do.
Transmit, yeah, yeah.
I had it in the beacon room. It's like, yeah, it was throttling, and then it's like, oh, then now it's taking 40 milliseconds to encode the frame instead of 3. And
Oh.
it's like, okay.
So what we'll do is we'll leave get as much air to it as possible.
Yeah, give it some airflow, and then it should be fine, I guess.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll start it just before we're ready to start.
Well, just leave it running.
Once it's introduced, we're all good.
Yeah, it's just basically if someone is walking around a lot, then maybe, but normally it's just, this should be fine.
Okay.
It's just that if it's a demo, then switch to the full screen.
Okay, so let's just double check on what we're doing here. So, camera only, that is,
Yeah, you just need the bottom 3 basically.
yeah. Right, Daniel, you're looking good. With a smile, yay. You're good, okay. So I've already given that one or that one, really.
Yeah, the bottom 3 basically.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Fine,
gonna
okay.
get some stuff for the other room, and then I'm gonna pick up some stuff here because I need it there.
And?
No, this is just staying here. But I just need, I have one more of these in my car that I still need to pick up. Of course, this morning the lift was broken, or it's still broken, but it's being fixed. And I have like more of these things.
Nice.
Well, I don't actually need one in the room. I have use my laptop there. Don't need that.
Is that your drink?
Yeah. Yeah, it's imported from Germany.
Ah.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, they only make this flavor 1 month a year.
What, only 1 month?
Yeah, only in October. And then
wow.
this is like my favorite flavor of the 5 they have. So I just buy a truckload of this and then it lasts me the entire year.
Yeah.
And then every October I buy a new truckload.
That's the thing in Germany, isn't it? Right, Oktoberfest, is it?
Yeah, I'm not from Germany though, but
Oh, okay.
That's Munich.
Oh, is that
yeah, it's
Munich?
mostly
Oh,
south of Germany.
Bavaria, that sort of
Yeah.
whole
Sorry
region.
for my
No, but you're spot on.
Massive amounts of beer.
my
For
ignorance.
Oktoberfest, you don't drink mate.
No.
It's all Stein.
Yeah, this is fun to have in the car, and then people like if cops stop you, then like, what are you drinking? It's just caffeine. No alcohol in there.
I thought it was a caffeine drink. I was going to say active doesn't sound like a beer to me.
Yeah, like an
No,
energy drink.
it's relatively low sugar but high caffeine. I can sleep with this stuff. It's on my nightstand.
Oh, right, where's my bag? I've put it over here now.
So yeah, the screen is already on.
Yep.
Cool.
Volume can be tuned here.
Yeah.
That's the room volume.
Well, I'll get him to talk and make sure everyone can hear first.
Yeah. I do have a second microphone if needed, but I don't know if there are any talks with 2 speakers.
Not on this one, this is just Fabio, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just Fabio, yeah.
And then later, or the rest of the day, I don't know what the schedule
So
is.
I've got one,
This is 114?
this is the
What's that,
145. I'm trying to work out which one I've got. So hang on.
Yeah, Fabio. And then
And then we've got,
Jure. And then Matt. And then
yeah, so I,
Kirill. And Shetna.
which one?
Only 1 speaker every time. Okay.
Hang on,
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out where I'm going to now. Hang on, where's my shift? Ah!
Yeah, let me get set up in the other room
Wally, my shift.
before everything starts here.
So I'm in here.
Cool. Alright, thank you very much.
Thank
You'll
you.
probably be in the
So we've got a
other
half an hour break at the end of this at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
That's to tidy up, and then Matt's coming in at 3:45, so 4 o'clock start.
Okay. What is he there? Because you're going, aren't you? To a different room. Alright.
No, I'm in here.
Oh, you are
Yeah.
here with me? Because I'm. Yeah, okay, cool. Right. So I'm getting a bit confused.
Yeah, I'm in here. So I'm in here today for the rest of the afternoon now.
Oh. Cool.
Matt, and then we've got tomorrow afternoon I'm doing I can't remember names.
Is that the next one? I thought the next one is the next session is from Jure. Is that how you pronounce the name? Their name, sorry.
The one in between. Oh yeah, there is. Hang on. No. Second. Don't fear the ginger. So that's 3:45. That finishes at 3. So one in between. What are we doing?
No, so I was looking. So
So I want
first,
to go see Jura actually.
first is this one with Fabio, and then
Yeah.
I'm looking on the room number B.1.014.
That's
The
all
next
in
one.
the row.
Yeah.
The next one is from Jure.
Yeah,
That-
Jared's from X Labs.
Yeah, and that's in this room from 10 to 3.
Oh, okay. So there's an overlap between timing, that's fine. So 10 to 3. Who's doing Jurs then? Because I'm not doing Jurs. I will be in here because I want to see that.
Oh, well, I guess I'll be. What?
Well, I don't know. I can't see who's been assigned to it. Can you see who's been assigned to it?
No, not in this thing. This is just a schedule.
Yeah, so I can see that. Hang on, let me just see who's been assigned to the room. Shifts.
Oh no, it's literally so there's no actual time between the
Then
talks.
we'll leave it there.
So it says Fabio's is 50 minutes,
Yeah, it finishes by 3. The next one starts at 3.
No.
Yeah. So we've got to make sure the timing's spot on. We've got to start at 2 and finish at 10:2.
Yeah, and then Jaws starts at 10:02. So he's literally, there's no time between it. He literally should be starting his talk right after Fabio's finishes.
Okay, so who's running Jersey? I can't see.
What do you mean running it? That's what I'm.
So who's in this room? Because
Well, me.
yeah, but who's doing the video?
Because
Because there's 2. There's a room responsible,
Right.
which is going to be you.
Yeah.
I'm now running the video because he just got to the other room because no one started to the other room.
Right.
So
I
here you can
see.
see there's someone's meeting for this
I'm
one.
with you now.
That's 29. 17, 17. Why are these not in order? That's 2. 1029. Today, filter. I only want that one. No. Filter. Right, there's no shift found, so there should be someone in here between us then. But I don't know who.
Oh, doing the video.
Yeah, and the room. Unless John's asked you to do the whole lot, is he?
Yeah. No, he's asked me to do all of it.
But I can't see.
Me on there.
No, I can't see anyone on there. That's the problem. It's not the most intuitive interface in the place.
Yeah, I thought with this the schedule as well. I struggled a bit with it.
Today. Oh, filter. That's the filter.
Hi.
Da-da-da-da. See, because I couldn't sign up to do 3 back to back because we wouldn't allow me because the times overlap. So
Right.
it's already busy. So I'm like,
Okay.
why is it not showing me my shit?
Oh my goodness me.
What?
No, I was just trying to get this to
Right.
show
Looks
up.
like this. It should all be. I can't see what's happening. Oh, there's 1.7. So James, I can see James's.
There's no mic. We don't have a mic or anything. Oh, we do.
Right, so here, it's all here. I'm ready to set up and all
Oh.
good. All good.
Okay.
And that's picking up as well. So we're all good. I
Okay.
know what I've got to do here. Press that button. Press that button.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh. Awesome.
So, 10.
Hopefully I can quickly
Oh, you're still in the
log
shot
in
there.
here while we're waiting for
Right.
video.
I'm going to head. I'm going to show that screen. I'm going to say.
And it's showing, of course, it's showing my other screen, which is not great.
Hey, well done.
Almost there.
That's what I'm going to do. There we go.
Managed to get it on the screen.
Yes.
Yay. No.
I've taken you off. You're not on TV anymore. I've literally just got a presentation.
I'm not muted.
Okay.
It says Group A. I don't know if Group A is worth anything.
No,
Channel 34?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
Then yeah, just feel free to put it on the hack.md, and yeah, just what I wanted to mention that to you all. And oh yeah, I forgot to. I'm Daniel. I'm on the Ansible community team at Red Hat. So. Yeah, we'll be starting in a couple of minutes. So yeah. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Right, so Fabio is going to be talking today. He's a senior principal architect at Red Hat. He's going to be talking about composing systems in an automated way with Ansible, Podman, and bootc. So over to you, Fabio.
Thank you. So what we are going to talk about today is, as I said, bootc, systemd, and Podman, Ansible, all these things and how they can work. But we will start with why, and then also move to bootc and then all the other pieces. So very quickly about me, I've been working in IT, mostly sysadmin kind of roles for the last 20 odd years, and I've done a lot of things that were pioneering at the time. So for instance, I started to use Ansible in 2013. That was 0 point something, the version of Ansible at the time, and immutable systems since 2016, which at the time was bleeding edge stuff. So I really like these bleeding edge things. bootc is not that bleeding edge nowadays, but I think it's still in the infant phase, which I think it's even more interesting. So some quick disclaimers. Everything we are going to discuss, it's fully open source. It's available in the community version and also in the enterprise versions if you want to buy enterprise versions. It's same thing, it works exactly the same. Everything we are going to discuss is architecture independent. It applies to every architecture, so you are not bound to x86 if you don't want to. And Linux is required. And by Linux, I mean a Linux system that has at least Podman and systemd. So why? Because in the end, we are going to talk about containers and running containers in a different way. So why not Kubernetes? Kubernetes has been the answer for every container problem. So why not? First of all, Kubernetes is heavy on infrastructure. So if you can avoid that, that would be awesome. Second, it does have a steep learning curve. It's not that easy as it seems. And also, it's very complex to manage. Even if you are able to spin it up in a reasonable amount of time, then maintaining it over the course of months, years, or decades, it's going to be very complex. So the reality is that there are some problems that are Kubernetes shaped, as I call them. So effectively, where Kubernetes is awesome at doing those, at solving those. So for instance, if you have to provide a container as a service to someone else, either or internally in your organization or another team or external to your organization, then Kubernetes is going to be the API that they are going to expect. So obviously, better to have Kubernetes. Second, if your deployments need horizontal autoscaling, that is what Kubernetes does, so probably you will want to have Kubernetes. If your container needs to be auto-placed on different machines based on workloads or other logics, you might want to look at Kubernetes. In all the other cases, I think you should really consider not using Kubernetes. And here we go to the other option, one of the many other options that we have, which is what we are going to talk today. So the first part will be about bootc. If you don't know what bootc is basically a set of tools to make an OCI container image, so effectively a container, into an operating system, a full operating system. So the way it works is that the logic would be to bridge that difference that is between the easiness of container deployment and the problems that hardware or VMs actually have. And it does support atomic updates as well as rollbacks for the whole system, because as you have the atomic updates and rollbacks for single containers, since we are using containers for whole systems, then you get all those advantages on your system. And it does leverage all the usual tooling that you are used to with containers, because in the end, we are talking about a container that is a little bit special because it does have a kernel that usual containers don't have. But for all the other aspects, it's a simple, normal container. And which also means that it's going to be very easy to create CI/CD to actually test your container, because in the end, it's still a container. So everything you do in your CI/CD, and hopefully you do test your containers in CI/CD, you can actually use the same pipelines to also test your base image. So how does immutable Linux work? Because in the end, a container is immutable for some definition of it. So how does that translate when we have an operating system? So the operating system file system is mostly read-only. And mostly read-only means that, for instance, the folder /var is going to be variable, so mutable. But basically all the rest of the operating system is going to be immutable. And then there are some mount points such as etc, which usually are real folders into the main / folder that are going to be mounted from /var so that they can be mutable. So there are a little bit of tweaks, and there are multiple folders in the end that can be modified, but a lot of folders such as /lib, for instance, /bin, and so on, are completely mutable. OS updates are atomic, as we discussed before. Since it's container, you do download the new version of the container, and then you reboot basically in the new version. So it's either you are on the old container or you are on the new container. You cannot have an intermediate status. The operating system can be reverted because having the previous container available still to be booted allows us to either boot in the latest version, the last one that we downloaded, or the previous one that we had. And potentially you could have more than two if you really need to. And also, all the user environment application run in isolation, usually in layer containers. In theory, you can run them directly into the operating system itself, but it might be not the best choice because it would make your whole system way more complex. There are some things to remember about this whole thing, which is how structurally it works. As an input for all this tooling, we are going to get either a Docker file or a container file. Those are exactly the same things, two different names, but same things. And we will get out an OCI image, exactly as for any other container that you have in your organization. bootc is going to be the tool that converts images, container images, into bootable file system. Then, as an artifact from bootc, we can get disk images, various kinds of those, ISOs, or we can do direct installs directly from bootc. So effectively, if you have already a way with PXE boot, for instance, or those kind of things where you require an ISO image to deploy your systems, you can still get an ISO image out of this. Runtime, we have full systemd if you obviously have it into your image. If you don't have systemd in your image, well, that's going to be a problem, but for the second half of the talk, from a bootc perspective, it does not care. It will run whatever PID1 is in your image, and it will work that way. And the life cycle, every time you have a new image, a new version, you create a new image, and then you switch to that image, reboot the image, and then eventually roll back if something went wrong. So minimal base images, because usually in container world you do not start from scratch. You can do it, it's very complex and it's error prone, so usually people don't do it. Obviously you can do it as well here, but usually what you would do is start from something already existing. So Fedora, for instance, has a Fedora-bootc image. You can directly pull it. It's exactly like the normal Fedora image, but it also has the kernel and all the other tweaks that it needs to actually become a bootc image. But if you don't want to use Fedora, that's perfect. And you can have a number of other distributions that have also bootc images already available. So you can pick any of those, and then obviously the list is actually way longer, but those are the most common ones, I guess. So how do you add packages to this? It's very easy, because in the end, this is a standard container file or Docker file, so exactly as you would do in that case. And in our case, obviously it's going to be in the image build, and we can use everything usual. So for instance, dnf-y install, and then whatever packages you want. Now, it's important to clean up stuff when you do images. This is not about bootc, it's in general about containers. Clean up your caches, otherwise rebuildability becomes a little bit more complex. And by the way, -y is mandatory, so agree on the installation, because this is not going to be interactive, therefore without the -y it will fail. Some warnings about here, this: never use updates or upgrades. The reason is, if your kernel gets upgraded, your image will not boot. There are issues for that and reasons for that. Hopefully at a certain point in the future that will be fixed, but at the moment this is the current state. And also, if you do this, by the way, you are breaking completely the rebuildability of your image. You can update a single package if you really want to. That's not a problem, as long as that package is not a kernel and is not depending on the kernel to be updated. How can you add services? As usual, you can do whatever you want into the container file, but since we are talking about systemd systemd units are going to be the easiest way. And the way to do it is very straightforward. If you think about, you just create a unit, and then you simply copy it to the folder, and then you can add the run command to enable it if you want to enable it at boot. So very straightforward, nothing rocket science. You can also add users in this, and you can also use systemd to add users. There are many ways of adding users in a Linux system, but systemd is by far the best one in this context because it's way more aware of everything that is going on. So the way you would do it is, in this case, I've obviously added my user. You would just create a file that is called sysuser-your-user. .conf that has this structure. So basically the first character of the line identifies what you are going to do. So a U is adding a user, a G is adding a group, M is associating a group to a user to a group. And then obviously those are the usual parameters that you would pass to any user add or similar utility. And then the only thing you have to do from your container file is copy your file into /user/lib/sysuserd / whatever it's your user.conf. And there are also documentation on the free desktop, so it's very straightforward to actually understand all the possible parameters, because those are not the only 3. There are like 10-15 different parameters that you can use, so it's very convenient to read the whole documentation first. A warning about this: so many people add users in this way in containers. That is not a good way to do it. The issue is that you will get different user ID and group ID potentially at every time you rebuild the system, which is probably not what you want. Now, in normal situation, this is less of an issue, because usually you are running not on the container that you are building. So effectively, you would have a UID, GID mismatch between your host operating system and the system that you are building. So it's less of an issue. But in this case, this is going to be a bigger issue, because you can then rebuild the container from the container itself, which then will obviously shift by 1 all the user IDs and group IDs, which becomes a big issue. While in the previous example, we forced the number of the ID, so that's not going to be a problem. You can also add user files, or potentially any kind of file, but user files are the most convenient, most usual one in this kind, because, for instance, you might want to deploy an authorization key to ensure that you can SSH into this box. With usual containers, that's less of an issue, because you would not SSH into a container. You would probably go from the system below it to the container itself with the podman exec or those kind of things. But in this case, obviously that's not going to be possible, because we are talking about the underneath operating system. So we can still use systemd, which is great. And we would create another file, another configuration file, as which is similar to the previous one, as you can see. The logic is exactly the same. You would have these weird first characters that define what the line actually is going to do. And then you have all the various parameters that identify the exact operations that you want to happen in that step. So in this case, we are going to create a couple of directories. Obviously, the first one is my home directory. The second one is the .ssh directory, and then I'm going to replace the .ssh authorized key file with my SSH key. And also notice the fact that I'm basically performing a chmod 700 on the folders and a 600 on the file itself, because otherwise SSH will complain about files being too open and that kind of things. Then I also have Z here, which is for system for SE Linux. Every time you see a Z in system in Linux, either capitalized or lowercase, that's always SE Linux. I'm not going to talk much about SE Linux because SE Linux is hours of workshop, but this will allow you to basically retag like a restore con /var/home /file. As you can see, also my folder is not /home /file as it usually is in any system, but I have a /var in front. The reason is, as I was mentioning at the beginning, in bootc systems we do have a lot of folders. All the folders that should be mutable, such as home, are mounted from /var, so that basically /var becomes the only variable file system on the whole system, and then everything else is just symlinks to that one. And then obviously we copy the file into the right folder where systemd is actually expecting it to find it. And the way this whole thing works, this one and also the previous one, is that at every boot, systemd will check all those folders and ensure that that state is consistent. So that whatever you do, let's say that you boot your system, you remove the authorized key, and obviously you don't have it anymore, but as soon as you reboot the system, then your authorized key will respawn in exactly the same position and same content, which also guarantees you that it's going to be very hard to be locked out of the system. Yeah. This also has documentation, obviously. Now, there is a great feature in bootc, which is linting. So you can run bootc container lint into the container file itself, so that basically bootc will check if whatever you did is sensible, or if you did something that is completely out of bound. In that case, it will obviously error out, and then you can choose how to progress from there. So now that we have the container file, how do we build it? So we can build the container file and get the usual kind of things. We can keep tag semantics for safe rollouts. Yes, you can use latest or that kind of things. You should never use latest, not for this stuff, not for your containers, the other kind of containers. It does have a huge amount of implication. Use latest or stable or whatever you want to use. Please use versions stuff. And the way you would build it is very simple. Sudo, or sudo if you need to do sudo, otherwise you can also do a build without sudo. Podman build -t, -t, and then whatever your image wants to be, and then the final dot is just for the location of the container file. So this is exactly the same way you would build any other container in your system. Now, usually the way those container file will look like is going to be that you have a lot of runs, a lot of copies, and so on, which means that probably your container will have tens of layers, which could be good, could be bad. It depends on how exactly you distribute it. But if you want to prevent that, you can squash the layers. So effectively, that means that all the layers that you declared into your container file become one big layer. And then you have obviously the layer that is the image that you are pulling from, So Fedora core was my case, and then one more layer of all your customizations. And obviously you can also create multiple container files and daisy chain them, and then Squash would create one layer for every container file. So you can play with that to ensure that you have the number of layers that you actually want to have. Now, how do you publish a new version? That's very straightforward. As it's a container, you copy it or push it to a container registry. So a podman push image, and it will move to the container registry. Also, if you do this, it will not really work. You will have to have, instead of localhost, the right location where the container should be pushed. And notice the fact that by default, all bootc images have an auto updater, which means that every number of hours, I think it's 1 hour or something like that, they will check if there is a new version into the repository, and if there is a new version, they will pull the new version and reboot themselves. So effectively, this means that you can easily upgrade all your machines. Now, if you don't want to do that, there are tricks for that one as well. Obviously, you can use different tags. You can disable the service that does that. You can inhibit in multiple ways, but be aware that that is a core feature of the system. And by the way, you can also write some tests, so effectively some scripts, that you would deposit into a specific folder of bootc, and at the boot it will run your script. If your script will fail, it will roll back directly to the previous version, to ensure that obviously you can track that your system was green before continuing, and if not, you can roll back. Now, we can also build ISOs, as mentioned. The way you do it is fairly straightforward, and basically you run. I always have sudo in front of my podmans. The only reason is that due to the configuration of my machine, I cannot run podman on my user. I have to run it as root, but also you can run it without sudo. So the way you would do it is basically use this container, this bootc image builder container, and then you would pass it all the storage of your containers, so that effectively can pick up your image, and from that create your ISO. You have to specify the root FS, for instance, if it's not already a pre-configured one, and a few other things. But in the end, it's the usual parameters that any podman run command would accept. Also, this is the documentation for all the possible parameters that you might want to use. You can also create a bootable image, so effectively a raw image or those kind of images. Same process as before. The only difference is that the type, it was ISO before, now it's QCOW, for instance. So this allows us to create both ISOs, which usually are more useful for bare metal machines, but also QCOWs and all the other supported formats for VMs, which it's way more convenient. And then obviously documentation as before. You can also obviously run one of those images. In this case, I run it with QEMU. Better to accelerate, couple of cores, 4 GB of RAM, and then you would simply use the QCOW image as snapshot and then boot from there. This is more for testing purposes than a production one. Hopefully you are not running your production system with QEMU. You can also install a bootc OS. You have multiple ways of installing it based on the fact that you are already running bootc on the machine, or you are not running bootc on the machine. The machine is booted or not booted, but this is the way I usually run it, where basically having a machine that booted Linux and has Podman available, you can hijack it and transform it into whatever you selected here to be your image. And here you can also inject SSH keys if your if your container image did not have an SSH key. You can inject an SSH key. This is going to be the root SSH key, obviously. So atomic updates and rollback, how do they work? You can manually upgrade. As said, there is the automated process in the background as well, and you can roll back. This is basically how it works. If you run it without the -- apply, it will just download the content, but it will not reboot. And due to how bootc works, until you reboot, you are on the old version. As soon as you reboot, you are on the new version. That's why the -- apply is there. Yeah, and obviously everything is atomic, so fairly straightforward. It's possible to switch to a different image as well. So let's say that you have, for instance, a base image that was based on Fedora. You want to move on a base image that is based on Ubuntu or vice versa. You can do it with one command, which basically means that instead of reinstalling your system, with one command you can change distro or potentially upgrade distro or do downgrade or whatever you want to do. So a few suggestions from experience. Base OS image, better to keep it as slim as possible without too many stuff on top of it. If you need to have different flavors, let's say for different application, maybe create different leaf images, basically depending on your base image. Keep image single purpose. Try not to have one image that works for 50 different kind of workloads. Good thing is that we are now, just after this one, we are going to talk about workloads. And if you abstract completely workloads, then you are fine. But there are some cases where you might want to have, for instance, one daemon that is available on certain machines, but not other machines. And that's need to be like baked into the operating system itself, have 2 images for those. Prefer deterministic packages, sets, and config. As mentioned before, updates even of a single package is not suggested because then you are losing that deterministic flavor, which means that your image is not going to be rebuildable. And then automate the process. This is a fairly simple process. It was a Podman build process in the end. So any CI/CD tool that you are using to already build your containers can also build this one. So now that we have the base operating system, how do we run applications on top of it? And I think the best solution is leveraging Ansible, Podman, and systemd. How? So first of all, what is Podman? Podman is basically Docker, a reimplementation of Docker that can be either rootful or rootless based on how you want to run it. So effectively, you can run it as root, as Docker, or non-root if you want to. It has been donated to the CNCF in November 2024, so it has been a little bit more than 1 year since it left Red Hat space, and now it's available for, it was already available for everyone, but is now completely safe into a foundation. It does have some key features. Obviously, the compatibility with Docker CLI is complete. It does have native support for OCI containers and native support for Kubernetes objects. So if you want to also run Kubernetes object, because for some reason you already have it and maybe you are deploying some application on Kubernetes and you also want to test it or run it on Podman, you can simply use the same usual Kubernetes object to deploy it in both ways, in both systems. What is systemd? Hopefully everyone has experiences with it, but basically is PID1 in the majority of distros. So effectively is the first application that gets run after the kernel, and it's going to be the application that's going to manage every other application that is going to run on your system. So it controls processes, services, dependencies, but actually way more stuff than that, because you can also do file system, users, as we have seen before, and so on. It does replace all older init systems in the majority of distros, not all of them, but that's the idea. It has a lot of interesting features. One is that it's built to manage long-running processes, because basically that is the definition of a service. It supports the dependency management because that's its core value, I would argue, and provides a robust system of logging, which is journal CTL, journal D, and then you can query it by journal CTL. And interestingly for us, it does allow extension for custom kind. So by default, systemd has no knowledge of a container, but you can extend it somehow. So why use systemd for container management? Simply because it allows us to manage containers exactly as we would manage services and leverage all those features. And also it does simplify the startup, shutdown, auto restart of the container, because that is exactly what it's doing with services. So what is Quadlet? Quadlet is technically nowadays a feature of Podman, but that's a technicality. It's a system helper for systemd by Podman. And basically, it allows you to create systemd units or to make systemd aware of container units and to run them, which basically means that we can use containers as if they are first-class citizens into systemd itself. So, and yeah, technically Quadlet only exists in code and all documentation, but the feature is there. So key features, it does use declarative configuration of container management, which is very good because Ansible is very good at declarative stuff. So that can be very useful for us. It does support auto restarts, for instance, dependencies and so on. So effectively, we can have very complex architectures simplified a lot by the system and enables seamless integration with any other systemd service, which means that we can have a container that depends on a service or a service that depends on a container or both, which helps because not every services that you have is going to be in a container or vice versa. So why Quadlet removes a lot of complexity from managing Podman containers via systemd. You can actually use systemd and containers with I think it was Podman systemd create something common, which generate, yes, thanks, which was very weird and created very weird comments. This is the easy way and clean way of doing exactly the same. And reduce the need for manual stuff. I don't like to do things manually, so this really helps me. And it's ideal for persistent applications that are containerized, exactly as for services. So a base example of a Quadlet is this, where basically we have this is like a systemd kind of file. We do have the category container, container name, image, and I have a working systemd container, let's say, or Quadlet container. We can obviously add a little bit more stuff. So for instance, the install wanted by default target means that it's going to be started at boot. Now, the strategy to manage this is very easy. We are going to place a file into the right folder, reload systemd daemons because systemd needs to regenerate obviously all its derivatives units out of the file that we just created, and then we are going to start and enable the daemon, which by the way is exactly the same process you would do if you are creating a service natively on a systemd system. If you want to do it with Ansible, this is the way you would do it. So it's exactly the same commands as we just discussed. We are going to copy the file, myservice.container. It's going to be my example in /etc/container/systemd, and then obviously the name. We are going to register a systemd daemons so that we can then check it, and so effectively if the first file changed, we can reload the daemons without having to reload them every single time. And then there is also the part that starts and enable the unit. you should also have the handler for the restart, so that basically if the first one changes, you can notify the restart, which means that every time the container file changes, you are restarting to the newest version. But as you can see, I don't know, it's probably 20 lines of Ansible code, and we have deployed a container, and it's already started and running at every reboot. Now, we can do things a little bit more fancy if we have, for instance, dependencies. So in the same unit file, container file, we can add a unit section which qualifies which are the dependencies of it. So in my case, the container needs to be run after the local file system have been initiated, as well as the Nebula service is running. A Nebula service in my case is installed on the system itself. It is a native service. So we can obviously do that kind of cross system service container dependencies. We can also specify environmental variables, because that's a very common way of doing things in container land. So the way you do it is very straightforward. Into the container section, we can add environment equal name of variable equal value, which is very straightforward. And obviously you can have multiple if you have plenty to declare. We can also publish ports, exactly as you would do in a normal container setup with -p on Podman. We can use publish port and then specify the port that we want to publish. So in this way, for example, we would map the internal port 80 of the container, because maybe it's an HTTPD server or whatever I have into the container, to the port 8080, which means that we are really getting, from an external point of view, this really seems like a normal service on the system that is running on a port and everything else as usual. We can obviously also mount volumes. So the same thing as before, like with the --volume, I think it's the option on Podman. You can also bind volume to the system. So effectively, this really becomes very similar to that service, native service that we described, which means that we can have that base image, bootc image, that is going to be equal maybe for all our machines, and then have different services running on top of them in containerized way, which is completely atomic, if not obviously for the volumes, for instance, that you cross mount, which obviously will have will create some holes between the operating system and the container. But aside from those, you would have that very nice scenario. And at the same time, we can manage all the underneath operating system as if they are exactly the same, because from our perspective, from a system operating system perspective, all your machines are the same, are just container platforms, or nodes where containers will be run, which means that probably you will have a very limited amount of bootc images around that is going to be very easy to update them, patch them, and upgrade them, because in the end, as long as they can run a container, all your application will continue to work. And then obviously if you have a new version of a container, because someone released new code, that's not a problem. You're going to tag it, as you probably are already doing it today. You are going to rerun the Ansible playbook to redeploy the newest version of the systemd unit, and then everything is updated. So wrapping up, Kubernetes is very good if you have a Kubernetes shared program. If you don't have a Kubernetes shared program, Kubernetes is not the good solution for you. bootc offers a very reliable, secure, and stable operating system, and that can be very useful to run container, potentially also to run any other things, because you could bake all your applications directly into the base image. You can do it. Is it the best way? I don't think so. Might be for you. Depends. It's one of those things that those are all options, and then you have to pick the right one for the specific case. It's very easy to create distros with bootc, as we have seen. It's like you start from a bootc distro that is already present, you add your changes, and basically you have a new distro or a new flavor of the distro, if you prefer. Ansible and Podman can be great to run containers, thanks to systemd and its facilities. And the whole thing is very straightforward, I think. So, any questions? I see one there.
With the bootc containers, are you able to install like kernel modules in them for like graphics drivers or storage drivers?
Okay, so the question is, can you install kernel modules for graphic cards or similar things into bootc containers? And the answer is yes. The only thing is that you might, in that case, if you are messing with the kernel, could be easier to start from an image that does not have a kernel already, so a non-bootc image basically, and put your version of the bootc of the kernel that you want. Only exception is if that module is already packaged, like in Fedora there are some RPM packages for NVIDIA modules, for NVIDIA drivers. In that case you can simply install it and it will work.
Thank you.
So I have a question. What would make you choose bootc over Fedora CoreOS, for example?
What?
Are they similar and also deployed with the systemd and Podman?
Yeah, so the question is, what would make me choose bootc over Fedora CoreOS? And the answer is, you don't have to choose, because Fedora CoreOS is bootc. So bootc is the technology that allows Fedora to create Fedora CoreOS as is today.
But then a follow-up question. Can I also then configure the file system and other things in bootc?
Can I also configure the file system and other things in bootc? Yes, you can. In the phase where you are building the ISO or the QCOW, or when you are installing, if you are doing a direct install, then you can specify all the possible file systems and parameters there.
Thank you.
You show us that you use Ansible to copy the Quadlet file.
Yep.
Can you do directly the container files of bootc?
So the question is, in my example, I showed to use Ansible to copy the container file. Can you directly add those at the build of the container file itself? Yes, you can. The consequence of that, though, is that if you have different applications, maybe you have some machines that need to run some Java stuff and other that needs to be HA proxies and others that need to be databases, then you need to have different bootc images, which could be a good side effect for you or a bad side effect. It depends on your specific configuration and installation.
Is it possible to force Quadlet to spawn a container from the Podman compose file?
Is it possible to force Quadlet to build to spin containers from container files? Podman compose files. Not at the moment. There is a bug open to do exactly that.
I have two, but you mentioned efficiency and squashing. My question is, I have a couple of machines that are on a remote line, data's metered. If I don't squash, so you keep the layers, do they gain efficiency if I just change a late layer?
So the question is, if I do not squash, what happens if one of the top layer changes, basically? Do I get, can I reuse all the other layers that are below that layer? Sadly, no. Because every layer has the hash of the previous layer, which means that if your first layer changes, all the other layer changes as well.
Yeah, I meant the other way around. If the base remains the same, but if I change one file that is added late in the Docker file,
okay,
only that delta.
Yeah. So and conversely, all the layers that are below the layer that got changed can be cached and reused. Yes.
This seems like a great way to reduce drift. Would you recommend using something like this for workstation management?
Seems to be a great way to reduce drift. Would you recommend it for workstations? My laptop is using exactly that system.
Okay.
So, personally, yes.
And then a follow-up question: would it be hard to integrate with something like Active Directory through SSSD?
Would it be hard to integrate with Active Directory through SSSD? It would be as hard as it's on a standard Linux system. So if it's easy to integrate with your Active Directory, then it's going to be easy. If you have a weird Active Directory, sorry for you.
The QR code URL doesn't appear to work.
The QR code does not work. It will work in half an hour.
CI/CD.
Exactly. Yes?
Me? Yeah. I have an existing base of systems that have been made 4 years ago using RPM OS 3. Can I rebase to boot C without having boot C on there using RPM OS 3?
I have a system that is based on RPM OS 3. Can I rebase with boot C? The answer is yes.
Cool.
And if it's a Fedora RPM OS 3 system, and you try to type boot C, you will discover that boot C is already present.
When was it introduced?
Then it was introduced in, I believe, Fedora 42.
Ah, I'm on 37 with those. But
Okay.
I can upgrade those first and then maybe rebase to your stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
Or reinstall if needed.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I have a nitpick.
Or
Do you want to be on the screen?
and one blinking.
Just the microphone.
Yep.
Okay, do you hear me now? Okay.
Okay, folks. So just thanks for bearing with us there. We had a couple of little technical difficulties there. Jure is going to start his talk. He's a senior Ansible expert and lead developer at XLab Steampunk. The talk today is going to be about debugging playbooks made easy. So over to you, Jure.
Hi, hello. Yes, during the years with Ansible, I was always ranting why there is no debugger, so we tried to implement one. Our talk will be about what was the motivation, a few examples, what this implementation Ansible debugger is, what it's not, and we will talk about the implementation details, and at the end we will have a live demo. So the motivation. Whenever you need to write something that is not a true example inside the Ansible playbook, it's hard to find out what's the current state, what the variables available are, what's their structure, and things like that. And also whenever you have a data from the, let's say, from the complex APIs, you need to find out how to map and filter those data. So you
Yeah, then you use two microphones.
Yeah, we have to do that. If I can't hear at the back, we've got a full room, unfortunately. Sorry, we've got a full room, so we're trying to get the noise to the back of you as well.
Yes, yes, previously there was also no multi.
Yeah,
it was also quite just the okay.
Too unfortunate.
So
okay. Okay. Okay, I will put it here. Okay, it's less delayed than the few years ago. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Should I continue from the beginning or from?
No, it's up to you. I don't mind.
Okay, I will just continue from where I stand, so where I ended, so I wasn't far. So what is the agenda for today? It's motivation, why to build a own debugger. I will show a few examples. I will explain to details what debugger supports, what it doesn't, show the implementation details, and the live demo at the end. So motivation is whenever one tries to write a long and real life Ansible playbook, it becomes hard. If you use an API, you usually have a documentation, but not always, and the results from the playbooks from the task can be pretty complex. So it's a lot easier if you can inspect the values instead of just printing them and looking at them. So for the most languages or the compiled ones, you always have a debugger where you can use that functionality, and it was at least officially is missing inside the Ansible. So when you try to write, when you need to inspect data from the APIs or from the structured files, what are your common ideas how to get the values or the structure of the data that you need to use?
Debug message or pause prompt?
Yes, this is, you are talking about Ansible built-in debug, probably?
And the third one is Ansible debug.
Yes. Okay.
So there are three options?
There are at least 5 or 6, but yes, they are more or less the same, but all not so handy. So first one is printf debugging. So you can use verbose mode. So with 4 V's or something like that, you get all the intermediate results also to the prompt. So you can just copy them out from them. And if in the language of debugger, it's outputs the data and continues with the execution. It doesn't stop it automatically. So you have also Ansible built-in debug, which also prints, but it doesn't stop. And then you have Ansible built-in fail, which outputs the message and stops the execution. But you don't have any choice in advance. So whenever it happens, it happens. Then you have a debugger keyword inside the Ansible, so on each task you can use it, and you can say when it should stop, on fail, on always, or whatever you want. But the problem from my view is that it doesn't actually explain how to use it. The documentation on the web is not the best, and even it's not self-explaining. So here I intentionally put some log here, because whenever it stops, it says you have those commands. And without looking the Ansible code itself, I wasn't able to find out how to get the result from the task. So here, first try was, okay, P, print me something. It says I cannot print because it doesn't have the second parameter. The next time, okay, you guess maybe it's result. Okay, you get some value, but it's object representation. So at the end, we also tried, and then we finally find out that you have a result dot underscore result, which actually contains the value of the variable that was returned from the task. So it's not being handy. So the next option is that one can use std callback plugins. So if you are doing with debug or verbose mode or debugger, it's always hard to copy paste those data. You can break the structure. But if you have a std callback, you can write it to the file. You have a YAML and also the JSON are most known. And you can write your own and write just the responses from the hooks that you want to. So another option is also that one can abuse Python debugger. So if you put the breakpoint on the correct spot inside Ansible, you can actually debug it as any other Python code. You just set to debugger run Ansible playbook, and you find out inside Ansible core the point where you want to stop. And from that point, if you know where to put it, you will get all the Ansible variables at that point, once also containing the resulting structures. And now to what we made. So here I will represent the implementation of debugger. So it's a native IDE debugger for VS Code. And as a disclaimer, about 2.5 years ago, the first one was published from Gibran 93 Ansibak. It predates my first attempts for about half a year. I know that I was writing the first lines of debugger when I was in Ghent, more or less, 2 years ago. So I know it was in January and February 2024. And this was from 2023. So now I will explain you what spotter debugger actually is. So what it does and what it doesn't. So to explain it very short, it can help you with playbooks, and it helps you to debug playbooks, roles, and tasks. Because more or less everything is just a list of tasks. So playbook is the thing that have everything inside, role is a subset of the task, and task itself is just one task. The idea is that you can put the breakpoint on any task inside the YAML file, so you decide which one you want to look at. I hope that it's at least a bit readable. What are the identified use cases that debugger can solve? One is that we can retrieve the result structure. So the idea is, if you are using ServiceNow, let's say, you can get really complex objects. Here I show the value where you actually get the list from the incident info, where you get the list of the results. Inside the results, each result is inside the list. Inside the list, you also have the properties. Inside that property, I wanted to know about the attachments, and and there you have also a list of the attachments. And from that attachment, I need a specific property. So with just looking at the documentation, it's a bit hard. But if you have a debugger, it's on the left side. You can see that it's actually so incident result records for the fourth element, attachments, the first attachment, and then you look at the data that you want. So it's easy to look at. So the next really useful thing is that one can evaluate Ginge expression. In my experience, you always kind of guess them. You get to you get to the one point, and okay, I will try that one, okay, that doesn't work, I will try the next try, and you have this repetition. It takes 5 to 10 guesses if it's complex, otherwise it's 1 or 2, but again, time just going up, you're just throwing time away. So I also had a problem with listing Ansible facts, usually. The idea is that sometimes you don't know on which exact Ansible, Python instance it was run, or what are the specifics of the machines that you are running on, and you usually need to know the name of the variable itself, or you just need to dump the whole vars directory of the Ansible. And since my work in the last 2 years is more or less upgrading the playbooks for big FSI companies, so financial services, they have hundreds of playbooks, and you are talking with about 3 or 4 people which are responsible for all of that, and surely nobody knows what those playbooks should actually do. So the idea is port me this from Ansible 2.9 or 2.15 to the later version, latest possible version, which you find out which servers do you have, and then you choose which version. And the idea is that if you started at 2.5, 2.9, you don't have FQCNs, and then it's a guesswork. So you don't know. You hope that you know what they actually used. There are official rewrites that are written inside Ansible core itself, so most of the redirects can be solved. But there always stays some, and the easiest way to actually find out what was actually used is to run it in the debugger, and you have a variable inside the Ansible, which is a result action, which actually tells you which exact module was used, so you know, so there is no double guessing. Example for that is, let's say, Ansible built-in user and ServiceNow ITSM user. It's if you use the short name as a user, you need to guess which one was used there, but if you can run a playbook, you know exactly which one was used. Then you have also, if you use inline, baby JSONs is the actual name for those. If you inline the whole code inside one line, it's problem or not, it's a stylic idea, it's stylic thing. But the problem is when you define the same arguments in 2 different ways. Here you have echo something, and you set executable inside the top line and inside the arguments. And on the left side, you can see that the one that is inline actually overrides the one that is defined inside the args. And those are the things that when you see the hundreds and thousands of playbooks, those appears there. So, and you need to decide which is the correct one, usually the one that is de facto, which is used in the production, which is actually used, so you use that one, and you just drop the other one. And now also the delegate to and local action, it has the same problem. You don't get any warning. It just delegate to local action just overrides all the values. It doesn't matter what the host is, it doesn't matter what the delegate to value is, it will just use the local action, so it will run it on the local system. And it doesn't complain that you also try to delegate to, which should be a conflicting action, so I would expect that there will be at least warning or it should fail. Also during the debugging, it's usually the painter's algorithm. You start something, you debug to some point, and you try to or also when you are debugging, you try to run playbook to some point, and then you want to stop the execution to not to break the system, because usually you get all the facts, you calculate what you need to do, and then you actually act. And with the debugger, it's easy just to put a breakpoint there, run it till that point, inspect the values, and then just break the debugger. And really important part here is, yes, you can do the same with Ansible with the debugger functionality. You just say always and it will stop there, but then you need to remove it before the releasing to production. And another option is also Ansible built-in fail, but again, if you forgot to remove it, it will just break the production. And now I will go to the specifications of the debugger, how it's implemented, what control flow it supports, and the main functionalities. It was done as Visual Studio Code plugin. It uses DAP, it's Debugger Adapter Protocol. I really admire it. It's really nice. It's really easy to use. So if you ever do stuff with the compilers and debuggers, it's self-explanatory what the guy should do to implement it. So it was, actually implementation was a bit easier than I expected. Protocol helped me, and it's during the project we find out that using if you have multiple Python files, it's always the problem with Python path and things like that. So it's the easiest to just use the single file, and also it's not so complex task that you cannot implement everything by yourself. So yes, JSON RPC is not, or at least was not, probably still not, is available inside default Python libraries. But it's easier to implement it in that file than edit the logic how to use that library all the time. So you need to know how to install it, how to deploy it, and it's just more work than actually implementing it your own. And which Ansible versions are supported? By luck, Ansible is quite mature and stable product. So I implemented it actually on version 2.16. And when I was trying to run it to be sure, I found out that it's the same code of the debugger actually works from version 2.11 to 2.18. And the only break was from 2.19 on. And the actual problem was that before that, you can run Ansible from any thread. And from 2.19 on, it must be main thread. And this is the problem with the debugger, because usually you spawn a separate thread on which you run the application that you want to debug. Here I need to make the dirty trick where you just pause the main thread and use the second thread for the debugger, and then you start the main the application in the main thread, and that was all. It was 10 lines of code actually. So what Python versions and OS are supported? Whatever I do on CPython, so I don't know for anything else. I didn't test it, and we tested on the Linux and macOS, and in both systems it worked without the problem. I would say that for the Mac, I think that there are the problem that if you use virtual environment, it works well, but without it there are some glitches. So I would recommend to use it inside the virtual environment. So what control flow this debugger supports? It supports to put the breakpoint. The granularity is per task. So if you have a one long YAML, even if the YAML task is 20 lines long, you have only one entry point. You don't know on which part of it is. It's a declarative language. It's hard to define, okay, I would like to go over the line, because in normal language, when you have for, if, you know where you are. I'm doing the for now, I'm if, and go through the line and the line, but here it's a bit harder. Then another idea is that you can stop on entry. This is the thing where this happens even before gather facts. So even sometimes you find out that when you try to run Ansible, it fails even before gather facts. This is if you set the Ansible config wrong, so where you have a Python or how to use SSH and things like that, it helps a lot. Then normal functionality is the step, which is here is more or less what I implemented is step into. So whenever you stop, you can go to the next task. And even if it's include the role or import role, it will go to the first task of that role. So it's why it's step into. Step over will be, if there will be import, it should jump over, but it doesn't. And then you have a continue functionality, just run from here to the next breakpoint or to the end. And now we are at the choices that are not so obvious. Cite Ansible, where should I stop? Should I stop for each iteration of loop or not? So in some cases you want to know why this loop never happened. So you want to stop in every case to inspect why, what is wrong with the items. In the second case, I want to loop over 1,000 elements. Do I really want a breakpoint here? There? No, I don't want to press F5 1,000 times to get over. So you can decide in advance which version do you want to use. So depending on where the Python breakpoint must be to import the bar functionality, It's named strategy and action. So strategy strategy item happens once per execution of the task, and action happens for each iteration inside the task. And in both cases we have lag because the when statement is executed really late, so in both cases we can expect what will happen, why something didn't happen if the when was false, so you can expect it in front. So whenever you stop the debugger, you can, or whenever you are stopped on the breakpoint, you can check what the facts are, what are the values of all variables, and you can also inspect task arguments that were received by the task. This is shown by, let's say, this inline task inside the YAML, because there you actually need to know what was actually calculated at the end. And another thing that is really important is dynamic evaluation of expressions, because then you have multiple tries without the reruns. Due to time limitation mostly, I would say, we support inspection and runtime evaluation only inside the type strategy. So when you stops one at once, the problem is that Ansible does a lot of things good, and one of them is that it separates the processes so one cannot tamper the other. So whenever you are running the action, it actually runs in the separate processes. So the variables are protected. You cannot break anything in the main system. So the problem is whenever you are debugging, you are actually doing multi-process debugging. So I need to I need to implement feature when I will have a multi-process communication, and I will send requests and the values over the processes. And this is just a technical limitation, and if I would have more time, I would already do it. And now it's also important to tell what Ansible debugger is not. So it doesn't solve all the problems, or more importantly, it even does do not need to do. So it's not really well described on the official Red Hat pages. I'm not sure why, but one can more or less already debug almost all plugin types that there are for the Ansible. So for action plugin, you just go to the code of the action plugin, you put the breakpoint on the line that you want to break on, run the Ansible, run the Python debugger, and it will stop, and you can inspect. More or less, this is important for the authors of the collections or the ones who write their own plugins, but those people are not so rare, so it helps a lot. So for inventory plugin, it works exactly the same. You just put the breakpoint and you run it, and if you know the sequence of the instructions or the functions how they are run, you can more or less start on the first point whenever your inventory plugin is called, so it's totally covered. For virtual test and lookup plugin, it's exactly the same, because all this stuff runs on the controller node, so on the node that you're running the code. So it's, again, you just put the breakpoint. It doesn't matter if it's Ansible core or if it's your own collection. You just put the point. If it's Ansible core, it's inside side packages. If it's your collection, it's listed by Ansible Galaxy collection list, and you just get the path and put the breakpoint inside that file. Okay, and it also doesn't support module strategy and some other things. From my opinion, the one that is most problematic is module, because for the module, it runs on the separate machine. It's the power of the Ansible that it can execute code on the separate machine, but again, it's hard to debug it because it sends the zip file over, it unzips it and run the code there. So this is not covered. And who is mostly affected by that? All authors of collections, because it's hard to debug them while, let's say, I was co-author for Ansible service, for ServiceNow ITSM. I wasn't the first author, but I was in between. And whenever we're writing the new module, more or less one need to use printf and trace exception debugging, more or less. You know on which point you are, you raise exception, see, okay, my code went over there, I print the variable. And this is the thing that's still missing, so if somebody have a spare time, it's a good point to, a lot of people would be really happy if somebody implements that. But are those only the authors of the collection that has those problems? No. Also large enterprises with the most that we were working and that they are using AAP and have, let's say, playbooks and at least in hundreds, they usually write their own plugins, so on modules, on actions and things like that, so they actually need that functionality. It's not that it's not needed at all. Okay, and now I would like to show you the demo, so it's not just the words. I will, okay, I need to go to, okay, I will go here. This is current version of the compiler, of the debugger. You can see that it's
not showing it now.
Okay. Okay. Any idea how to do it? Okay, I will try to share a screen. Okay, I need to stop presentation for a bit, I would say. Okay, and I will go here. Okay, yes. Okay, as you can see, it's just about 1,000 lines, and this is everything. It doesn't use any external library. If you go to the imports, which are on the top, all of this is basic Python imports. It should work from Python 3.9 on, and even that is because I use some typing inside, and it's not fully supported before. So I will run it from in the debug mode. So I just need to find the library, the one that is not already filled. So, okay, what I said is, okay, inside the, I have inside the configuration, one can set that I would like to use the YAML type, which Ansible has extension YAML. So debug the current file, stop on entry is false because I don't need that functionality, trace is true because I want to have lock so I can debug, debug the debugger. Debug type is strategy because I want to show the full functionality, how one can evaluate the variables. And you can put and all debugger also pass through all the variables that are sent to Ansible playbook. So here one can choose its own inventory, or can use, and one can also send all password and just set where it is. So whenever, whichever switch you can send to Ansible playbook, you can send also the debugger, and it will Ansible playbook will be executed with all those switches. So here we go to, okay. Okay, this is normal stuff. So you go to the playbook that you want to debug, you click F5, and it stops here. I can also show that it's not, okay, we can go here, and we will show that, okay, I'm going to move with F5. It stops here, next action, and we are here. Okay, and now, okay, this is an artificial example, this should be easy. So here I can write sum of numbers. Okay, I'll just need to look the variables, so numbers. Okay, I have a numbers. Numbers. If one doesn't make a typo, it's easier. So I can see them, I can inspect them, I can also see them inside the variables tab. I will hide that one for a bit. So you can see also see them here, and also can try the expressions. And so we can go here, so numbers, and automatically gives you the possible options. Those are all the options that you get by Python inspect. And so here we find out that it's an object, that it's a list, and you will get all the functions that can be executed on the list. So the sum is one of them. So and it also puts you the arguments that can be used, but in our case we just want to sum the numbers. you get the number. The sum is 28, and the sum from 1 to 7 is actually 28. And the idea is whenever you debug your playbook, on that point you can write your own expression from that point. I usually just use it like that. Just copy that. And we get this in the 1 or 0 iterations. And now, okay, I mistakenly clicked Shift Control D, so I need to copy it again. Okay, copy. Okay, so flatten the list. It's here is about. It works a bit not as good as others, but again, so we have on the left we can see that we have variable defined list of lists which we want to flatten. So we have list. We have list of lists. So and now we need to find the correct function. Flatten is actually not listed. I need to check why, but again, if you use it, it will give you the correct solution. And again, you can just copy paste inside the list. And now to a bit harder items. So last item, color. So we have the variable object with colors. So we need to do actual functions now. So the idea is, okay, how would we start? Okay, we need the variable that we are talking about. So the last item, we can have, let's say, last would be a nice example, or -1, it also works in Python. So if we go here, we can use the last item, yes. We get the, okay, this, I need to, this, okay, and we get intermediate object already, so we know, we can see what we can use. So on that object we want to get the property color, so because the precedent of operators we need to do the brackets, and we get the variables that are alive on that variable, so age, color or name, and in this case we want the color, and we get the value back. So then we have a, let's say for color of blue, so we can go to object with colors, and here okay, I need to put O in front. We have object with colors. Okay, one can use, let's say, select attribute. Its definition inside the Python is bet, because it's args and quarks and you don't know what the actual values are. But one can, let's say, which attribute do we need? We want to use the color of B, so we need to use, we will look by name, the operator will be equals, it's equals, and the value should be B. Yes. And we can see that we get the right element. Okay, this element is actually a list, so we need to get the first element. We got that element, and we also need the color. So again, we can just put the brackets around. And just put dot color. And again, one can then just copy paste this equation inside the color of B. And name of youngest is also object with colors. One would use probably sort. Here it's nice because it shows you that one can use this reverse option. We can, let's say, reverse true. For those one, we don't need them. And we can say, in this case, we want last instead of first, just to show that reverse is also. Autocomplete inside the debug console is not nicest because it concatenates the previous string plus the one you selected, so I need to remove that part. Okay, and now it tells us that we made a mistake. Less, okay. Okay, we will do without this. sort first. Object with colors. Oh, we need to, it's an object, and we need to sort by an attribute and attribute. And since I don't know the name, it's better to actually go to the beginning. And we have the attribute, so this is the name that we want to use for the sorting. And in this case, we want to sort by age. And we want to get the first element, and we get, and now it's easy, it's just the brackets around and also the color, and we are there. So without the debugger, one would need to go to Ginge official page, look for the properties there, look for the parameters, and run the playbook a few times. And on the artificial example, it doesn't look that problematic. That's why I want to show you also the real example. When you have a ServiceNow API and the task is not, is taking a long time, so the round trip is not so fast than here, because one would, here would be able to run it every time, and since throwing away about 10 or 20 seconds to arrive to this point is not that problematic. For that point, I need to enable the internet, because I also have a problem, because AI at this time is good enough that it already gives you nice suggestions. So if you are editing them here, those are not, those are almost correct. So I didn't want to use that. Okay, I need to have internet connection here. Okay, this is mine. Okay, we can go to the, and all that one need to do is now to go to playbook that you want to have, and we can go here. And now, okay, here we are fast because we execute the breakpoint starts before the actual task is executed. So it was fast till here. And one can use, let's say, step, and we will get the result back, which is not that simple. Okay, it's still running. The internet connection should be here, but I would see. But if there's not, it's the idea is that the task is not that fast, and one, let's say, I want to get the task which gets at least one result, and the idea is that you need to go to the result object, you need to go to the records, you need to know that there are records, you need to know that there are attachments, and you want to only get attachments that are not empty, and you also convert it to a list, so it's there. Okay. I just need to check on. I used the roaming, but it was working nicely today. Okay, it should work. Okay, I will just try once more, and if it doesn't work, I won't. But okay, we are here, and now the thing, okay, and now vetting about Ansible, or at least old Ansibles. If you go here, it's the password. Debugger, by definition, have access to all memory, and if you go to host, we see it's of the type Ansible code. Ansible Unicode. If you go to the password, it's a type of Ansible Vault encrypted Unicode. The idea is I can implement in the debugger that these values would not be shown copied over, but it's the thing that anybody else can do. But I think through the tests, I think that with Ansible 2.19 it's solved. And the even bigger issue from my point is if one uses now as an instance dot password, you get the value. And it says, okay, this value, but can I have it? Probably I need the watch. Okay, I will just the password. Okay, here it's vault encrypted, but if one just does, one can do one can use as an instance dot password password plus and it says it's unsafe text. So the debugger itself cannot say, okay, it says it's vault variable, I would not send it over, because evaluation of any string function over a secret is a string. But I hope that I cannot reproduce this in Ansible 2.18, but in front I can. But I will go back to the presentation, and I still think that it's not such a big problem, and I will explain you why. If we go here, I will just, okay. Okay, we were here. Okay. What I've shown is that the masking secrets is not perfect. You can see all the variables, but why can you see it? You were able to run Ansible playbook from your machine. You have access to all Ansible vaults, and you also had to put the password for the vault, so it got unencrypted. So you have all the items there. It's just the border is a bit below, but you have access to all items, so it's probably not escalation of the, it's not a privileged escalation. And even from my point is that I think that it was already, okay, it was 2.19, where I cannot reproduce that, so it's probably solved, or I just need to take more time. And if it is a problem, it's most probably the problem of Ansible core, because the debugger is just a attachment around. You can use the same principles to abuse the system. But from my point, you need to know all the data anyway, so it's just printing the different way. And what is still not implemented inside the debugger, it's the setting of the variables. And it's another thing that is done really well inside the Ansible. Whatever you run, whenever any external plugin is used, everything is cloned. So whatever you do the variables, the other actions would not see and would not be a problem. And then whenever you do the implementation of debugger, so you want to set variable, that means that you can change it that context. So you have an echo function, you replace the one variable and it will echo the new value. But on the next task, the old value will be used. If you do it in the global context, it will be used for all the next tasks, but it won't be used for your execution. And the last item is you can change in both of them, but again, it's not nice option. I don't agree with any of those. It's just doesn't feel right. And that's about it. You can have questions, and you can get in touch with this information. Yes?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yes, I will.
I think it's a wonderful tool, I love it. I'm not a user of VS Code, but do you have a version that doesn't require that too?
Let's say it's 95% of the code is the bug adapter protocol. So if you use a NeoVim or things like that use that protocol, it shouldn't be hard to port it there, because it uses the standard protocol.
But that's not been done yet.
No, I didn't did it for the others. And I want to repeat the question because I forgot to do it. The question was, if you don't use Visual Studio Code, can you use it in the other editor? quick answer is no. Long, without much work, it should be possible. Yes, please.
For an enterprise user writing their own plugins, of which my company does a lot, do you have any advice for how to make those plugins more debuggable in your debugger and just in general in Ansible debugging and even Python debugging?
Okay, in my debugger, let's say if you were, my debugger covers the, okay, your question is you write a lot of your own plugins, how you can make them debuggable in any system. In this debugger that I showed is how one can debug the tasks, so it's more or less doesn't help you a lot, but I showed you the cases, the screenshots where one can see that you can debug more or less everything but modules, and there you just put the breakpoint on the Python code, which is entry point to your item. So I usually, even with the modules, I recommend that you have the function with the standard name, which is the entry point, and you put breakpoint there and you Python debug it. This was the most useful, and in the worst cases, raise exception and look at the values. That was the way that we did it in the past. Okay, please.
In your example, you modified the arguments in a task. Is it possible to then rerun the task while the debugger is still running?
No, there are. The reason is that I actually breakpoint on the specific line inside the Python. So if I give the new value and run from that point on, there is no simple way to tell Python to run over that line of code again. And I know this is the functionality that Ansible Playback Debugger has, if you do have this CLI which is in the loop, but this is because they specially implement it like that, so you can do it on that spot. Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, so it's not quite clear for me if you can debug variables, for instance, or default values, because sometimes in variables or default values might be like Ginger expression. So is it possible to set a debug point, for instance, in variables and see what value comes into variables when you evaluate some variable and then
okay. Okay, your question is, since the variable precedence is hard, you would like to know if with the help of this tool you can find out how the variable get those values at the end. At the moment, I would say no, because those precedence is calculated before we enter the tasks themselves. Yes?
And thank you. And the next question is my understanding correct that if you have like a playbook or role, so sequence of tasks, yeah, if I adjust the task below the breakpoint, it will run adjusted tasks, so it will somehow reload the playbook.
No, as I said, we do not allow to set the values inside the Ansible playbook. It's because all the variables are cloned, so you don't know where to apply them. So you have a variable manager, and inside your task, whenever you run it, you get a copy of those values. And if you run it and change any variable in front of them, yes, you will get the task which was executed on those new arguments, and the result will be from the task with these new arguments. That's correct. But so the result will be the new one, but the arguments will be the old one after the task execution. Because the old facts will stay the same, you temporarily change the facts, and you add a new result to the facts.
But also the tasks, the task will be not.
I was going to say, sorry guys, we've
Okay.
run out of time. So,
Yeah. I will be outside if there will be any questions, but sorry, I need to leave today, so I will be here for, let's say, 1 hour or 2. And thank you.
well done. Awesome stuff. Well done on that. Really good. Really interesting. from my perspective.
Yes, it's a really nice topic. I'm not the best presenter, but the topic.
You define, like, you know.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, be confident. You did really good.
That was really good, really good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well done. Honestly, everyone was silent. When you got everyone quiet, that's always good.
Yeah.
Yes, it's nice stuff and it's really complex and the end result was good.
Well, I've got time to the toilet.
Well, I thought this next one starts
At 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so
Matt's here to make sure all this stuff's working.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we got to make sure all that's set up when he's working.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut him off
No, no.
too early because I thought we had some time.
Especially a break as well.
Yeah, okay,
People might want a break, like I did good bathroom, mate.
yeah. It's alright. My bad.
No, you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's just, yeah. So Matt's going to be coming now. We've got to set up, make sure he's ready. That's all working. Break the drinks.
Yeah, okay. It's alright, we're only 2 minutes over, 1 minute-ish over.
Right, so I'm sharing your, I can see your screen right now. Sweet. Yep. So just be careful what you put on there. Matt, do you walk around when you present it?
I can do either.
Which one's easiest for you? Do you prefer to walk around or do you want to stand still?
Let me see if the batteries in my remote work. If they do, I'll walk around, and if not,
there is a spare remote. Daniel's got a spare remote as well. Right.
Do you have one? Have you got a pointer? Click the pointer? Oh, you do. Awesome. Oh dear.
How's it been going?
Yeah, it's been going good. Yeah, just that last one, I messed up the timing a little bit, but it's okay apart from that.
Sounds like it all went
It's been going good, yeah. It was a really good talk. Really good talk so far, so yeah.
Well, hopefully I won't disappoint.
Yeah, that last one where Yor was talking about the debugger he was doing. Sorry, I don't want to distract you.
No.
He mentioned about his debugger exposing like a password as it just evaluates like all the variables at runtime. I guess that's kind of the thing that like data tagging could help with in the future. He could mark that as sensitive, then it wouldn't expose it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were talking about that the other day, weren't we?
Yep.
Or earlier today.
Yep. That's exactly.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to distract you.
No, yeah. You're fine.
Yeah.
You good? Have a good day? Yep. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Okay, how's everything going? Okay, sorry.
Looks like it.
Yeah, have you seen the Hack MD?
No.
Yeah, so there's like a community collaborative markdown application. It's Hack MD, but you can go to that URL. It's red.ht /Ghent 2026. And there's some kind of public people making notes on some of the talks and stuff for the rest of the community. When we write like questions, people can ask demons on quick answers. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. I'm just gonna. I was trying to make notes of the last talk on my phone, and it was just really not working out for me. So I'm going to do it on my laptop. Sorry?
No.
No, not yet. Not yet. Starting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Should I get one of these fired up here and just...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is this the last talk? No, I'm trying to remember.
This one's... let's see.
Let me have a look. But I'll give you... And yeah, I'll give you like a 10-minute, 5-minute warning. If that's cool with you?
Yeah, perfect.
Good stuff. I'll just put my hands up, say like 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Good. Where is Mark? Okay, it's streaming on the presentation. Sorry. That's all good.
I got caught in the way as well.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You've got 5 minutes to finish, got 10 minutes to finish on their parking.
Oh yeah, because it's at 4 o'clock.
It's 4 o'clock it starts,
yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Got plenty of time, 4 o'clock it starts.
Yeah, I kept getting it.
Chill.
No, it's still got a while. Yeah, it's all good.
So you've got 2 microphones, because that was the room microphone and that one there's this microphone.
Yeah. I'd probably rather use this one. I don't know if it's not live at the moment, but...
It's not that. I'm just going to put this on mute 2 seconds.
Okay, all right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to introduce to you Matt Davis. He's an Ansible core architect at Red Hat, and he's going to do a talk today titled "Don't Fear the Ginger." So, over to you, Matt.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, everyone. It's the end of the day and like long day, lots of stuff coming at you. Just really quick intro. Yeah, Matt Davis, also known as Nitz Mahone. It's been, let's see, a little over 11 years that I've been working on Ansible core in various roles, but took over as kind of doing most of the architecture stuff for core a while back. Started on the Windows things. Started before that as a user back in 2014. It's been quite a journey, but it's still so much fun to work on something that I love and that other people love, and it's a real treat. So we'll cover some of this stuff today, and I'm going to be here the next 3 days. Like, I'll probably kind of default to hanging out by the Ansible booth. So if there's anything you want to talk about, just like, hey, look at my playbook, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Like, am I holding this wrong? I'm having this problem, whatever. I love, that's my favorite thing about conferences like this, just talking to people over the shouldering, talking over things, figuring out ideas. That's how a lot of these things have led to new features in Ansible and things that we've wanted to change. So today we are talking about Jinja. It's one of those things, right? Call these things what you will. The curly, double curlies, mustaches. They've got lots of names. The one I like is handlebars, and it kind of fits a little bit with our the theme that will become apparent later. But I'll say that it was a struggle for me to write this talk. The things that I've been working on the last 2.5 years, if any of you have touched Ansible Core 2.19, that's been my labor of love the past 2.5 years or so. And it involved being just neck deep in Jinja. That was the biggest part of this thing, was just kind of completely rewriting the way Ansible interacts with Jinja and trying to break as few things as possible. I feel like I had about 3 or 4 hours of content for this talk, and tried to kind of take the bits and pieces that I would hope would appeal to. So there's hopefully a little something in here for everyone. If you didn't get what you wanted out of this talk, if there's something you want to talk about with Jinja, please come find me. I'm happy to wave my hands and talk about Jinja. There's lots of interesting things to talk about. So if you don't get what you want, maybe come find me, and we'll see if I can get you what you want. It's pretty hard not to do anything real in Ansible and avoid using handlebars, using Jinja template expressions of some kind. But when we're talking about handlebars, right? The handlebars on a bicycle, they're there for safety, they're there for control, and that's the kind of thing that we're hoping to when you're using handlebars in your Ansible content. Those are the kinds of things that we want you to be looking for: is safety and control, nice smooth ride. Doesn't always work out that way, but we'll see what happens. It all looks so simple. Really, it's not. Every single one of these little handlebar expressions, you might be really surprised if you knew what was going on underneath the covers there. It's an ephemeral code generated Python module. Every single time one of those things is encountered in your Ansible playbook, it goes out, coughs up some Python, compiles the module, loads it, runs some stuff. This is the actual code behind inventory hostname pipe to the upper filter. This is the actual code that gets coughed up and run. There's a lot of stuff in there. That's a really, really simple template. Why do we need all this stuff? Why do we need all that complexity? Yeah, maybe we don't. I mean, plenty of good automation has been written in this style, right? No handlebars, just straight up YAML. You could probably get away with this, but it doesn't scale very well. isn't something like this a little bit better? Like instead of having all of my things, I can kind of abstract some of this stuff off to my inventory, and then I can just say like, hey, I want to install these packages with this stuff. And those of you that have been using Ansible forever, you're looking at this and you don't probably see anything bothersome, but boy, those quotes. I really, really hate those quotes. Does anybody else hate those quotes? Yeah, you feel me? Okay, so that's one of our first little problems that kind of sends people over the handlebars. So I'm going to take a little aside here. What's up with the damn quotes? So the handlebars that Jinja uses for its default template expression delimiter, really unfortunate default that collided with something really important in YAML. Any unquoted YAML string that starts with one of those curly braces is interpreted as an inline mapping. So YAML thinks you're trying to stuff like a JSON style dictionary in inline there. Any place else that one of those things happens, I think most of you probably, if you've been dealing with Ansible at all, you probably know this, but anywhere else in the string, like as long as it doesn't start the string, you can put unquoted handlebars. You don't need to quote the whole thing. It's just the one that, if it's the very first character in the string, it's got to be quoted or it's got to be dealt with some other way, YAML, block bolding, anything like that. People who thought about this in later systems, they came up with a different compromise. So if you look at like GitHub Actions, AZP, some of the other things out there, they'll use dollar handlebars instead of just handlebars. That keeps YAML happy. It's not starting a string. It doesn't screw anything up. And this is actually something that Ansible could trivially use. We could set this up so that it could work both ways. I've actually done it. The thing that I'm going to be demoing with today has this patch on it. It's a 3-line code change. It's like dirt simple to do this. So why don't we do this? Well, there are really minor but possible backward compatibility problems with this. So take a look at this one. All right, this little guy right here, this $sign. Is that supposed to be part of the template or is that supposed to be part of the delimiter? Same thing with this guy. Is that supposed to be part of the command that we're sending, or is that a delimiter? So that's why we don't do it. I figured that little hack out, I don't know, maybe five years ago or so, and it's like, this is handy. But we've just been really nervous about how many people are doing something like that's going to go sideways. So these are the kinds of things we have to balance when we're doing when we're dealing with stuff like this. It still might happen someday if we can figure out how to hack in a deprecation or to check something that says like, hey, you're using something, you need to do something else. There was another compromise that we talked about for it, which was making it so that you only need that if you're using at the very beginning of a string. So like basically we would interpret it the second way if it didn't start the line, and we would interpret it the normal way as a template delimiter only if it started the line. So let's talk about a few of the different kinds of things that are in Jinja. And again, remember, I'm trying to like catch a little something for everyone here, so this may be really remedial stuff for some of you. We'll get to some hairier stuff later. So the actual thing that we call templates in Ansible, these are like full Jinja templates. A real Jinja template can contain multiple of these handlebar expression blocks and static text. They also support these directive blocks you may have seen for looping, locals, macros, includes. There's a whole bunch of different things that you can do with kind of full Jinja templates. Those things in Ansible are supported for text templates, which was actually the first thing that they came in back in like Ansible 0.4, I think, with the template module when that first showed up. That was there. Jinja was in Ansible only to support like templating files with the template module. Like the playbook stuff came later, but the variables and playbook keywords, all that stuff, back in really early Ansible days, it was like $sign templates, and that stuff got all kind of nuked out of there a long time ago, long before I was a user, I think. But in any case, you get the full power of Jinja with when you're talking about like classic templates. So another option that we have is expressions. In older versions of Ansible, expressions were only used in a handful of places. But Jinja actually has a first-class concept of an expression. So basically an expression renders one value. And so it can use filter and test plugins. And an expression is really what lives inside of those handlebar brackets. So the thing that constitutes something valid to go inside of those handlebars is an expression. You can't have embedded handlebar expressions and directive blocks or anything inside one of those. So just, as an example of an expression, I'm sure you've all seen things like this. And then Ansible has kind of a special concept of an expression, a special case of it. This isn't a Jinja thing, this is an Ansible thing, but a conditional is a special expression that can only yield true or false. So you're probably familiar with these if you use like the assert action, or if you use like the when and any of these, like when, until, assert. All of these things are using conditional expressions. And it's been really loose up until 2.19. Actually, can I do a quick show of hands? How many people have like tried 2.19 or 2.20 Ansible? And just thumbs up or thumbs down, like was it a good experience, or like do you have a lot of problems? Okay, any of you that are not thumbs up, come find me and tell me what it was. Like I'm here for the next like 2 days. Come find me, go to the Ansible booth, tell them you want to talk to me, they'll find me. I want to hear what's up. So in Ansible 2.19, one of the more controversial changes is that a non-true-false conditional result is an error. This came about through various things that go to the love letter talk tomorrow if you want to find out more. But so a question that I get asked a lot just from people not kind of understanding what's going on is a playbook a Jinja template? I mean, it kind of looks like one, right? I mean, it's like you got text, you got like handlebar expressions all over it. Kind of looks like a Jinja template. But it is a common misconception that no, an Ansible playbook is not itself a Jinja template. The template ability of any given keyword in there is completely implemented by that keyword, the support for that keyword. So the playbook itself is never, we don't ever like just run the playbook text through a template engine. There's a whole bunch of special sauce under the covers about like that implements Ansible features that Jinja out of the box doesn't provide. So the biggest ones that come to mind are the kind of automatic lazy templating on fetch. So you probably take it for granted with Ansible that if you ask for a variable and it contains another handlebar expression, that thing will get rendered, and then if that thing jumps to another variable that has a handlebar expression, and so on and so on and so on, that kind of recursive evaluation is not a Jinja feature. That's something that's actually implemented by Ansible in its variable storage system. And then one of the other kind of special sauce things is the native mode and some of the weird magic that makes this stuff, especially for classic Jinja, which is kind of basically gone in 2.19 and above, but the special sauce that makes that stuff look like objects, and that was also the source of all sorts of problems in pre-2.19 versions of Ansible, where if you had your output, happy string that looked just right, it would get like picked up by literal eval and turned into something that wasn't a string. So we've pretty much been able to kill all of that stuff off in 2.19, but the Ansible native mode was implemented by another guy on the Ansible core team and contributed back to Jinja. That is the default mode that we use now in 2.19 and above. And then the templating stuff that occurs in a playbook, it actually has almost all of the interesting stuff actually happens like at the task keyword and below. So while you can have templates like kind of all over the place, most of that stuff ends up getting kind of compressed, and the actual work happens down at the task keyword. So basically, to answer the big question, is the playbook a Jinja template? No. In fact, like each keyword value in Ansible can be its own full Jinja template. So if for some reason you really want to go nuts and have like macro blocks and sets and whatever, you can do it. One of the other questions that we get asked about a lot is like, can I template a playbook? Can I do some magic to like template a playbook? Well, if you want to do one out of band and like send it over to us as text, sure. But fully dynamic plays, blocks, tasks, that stuff is not currently supported, or really, I don't want to say it's not supportable, but it would be all kinds of a nightmare to make it work. So yeah, the dynamism that's there is there, and if you want to do something else, like probably best to just like generate playbooks and hand them in. So let's talk about a little template behavior inside of Ansible. So again, probably most of you are fully aware of this, but people are sometimes surprised, especially when they first come to Ansible. They don't really understand like, where is the templating happening? Is it going off to the remote machine? No, like all of the templating, all the Jinja stuff, it runs on the Ansible controller inside it. And then just some kind of principles that we use when we're doing things, and that, you know, if you're doing custom plugins or other things, you're not necessarily bound to these, but these are probably good things to keep in mind. Templates generally should not have side effects. Those things get evaluated sometimes more often than you think. Most of the time, it's pretty predictable when a template is going to get run, but there are some weird cases where things end up getting run through more than once, where there's some best effort. Well, we're trying to do something locally early, and if it's too early and there's something, we have to defer it. So parts of the template may actually run more than once. If you ever stick a counter in something and watch how often your template runs, sometimes you'll get surprised, especially for things that have, when you start getting into like debuggers and other things that are inspecting and digging around in variables, like a lot of that stuff is very kind of, it happens automatically and it happens recursively depending on how you ask for it. So just be careful with side effects in templates. Like in general, it's a bad idea, and if you are going to do them, you should make sure that they're at least idempotent. And again, that also means, you know, when you're doing those custom filter and test plugins, if you're doing things with lookup pipe, like you stick to read activities, like side effects are not good. Templates, not just strings and scalars. They can be, you can return kind of arbitrarily deep data structures and all sorts of crazy things. And as I've mentioned a little bit, we have this concept of kind of lazy recursive templating. And so if you have a big data structure that's full of templates, in general, we're not going to template all of that stuff until you actually descend into the part of the container that's using that stuff. Now, pre-2.19, that was not always the case, and in fact, it very often was not the case. So I'll have some demos here later to show some of that. But so yeah, the laziness is vastly improved. That really helped a lot of things for performance, and also just especially if you've got templates that don't render, if there are parts that shouldn't be accessed, you know, you don't have some variable defined and you shouldn't be accessing some part of the template and it accidentally got rendered anyway. Those are really hard to debug. So 2.19 and up shouldn't happen nearly as much. So let's take a look at a quick demo of part of that. Let's show this. Is that readable enough for the screens? Yeah, let's see. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's take a look at this. It's a really basic little playbook, but what I've got here is just a local variable with a mapping in it that has three mappings underneath it. So the top mapping, the variable is called complex value. There's one underneath it called fast stuff that just has like a static string and a template with a really basic, you know, just not really dynamic thing in it, and then just a static list. I've got another one called slow stuff that's got a lookup in it with a sleep and an echo. So whenever that template gets rendered, it's going to basically block the entire thing for 5 seconds every time that thing gets rendered. And then we have another one underneath here called broken stuff that's got a divide by 0 and an undefined variable in it. So, and then we've got another one here called references slow stuff. I can't remember if I left that in there or not, but so for our tasks, all I'm doing is I'm just using debug var just kind of as a stand-in for accessing these variables. But if I go and access complex value.fast stuff, that should just, you saw what's in there. That should return basically immediately and cough up the values that I asked for. And then we've got this one down here. The next thing I'm doing is that references slow stuff, so I'm indirectly referencing the slow stuff thing that's going to do that template. I'm hitting that thing 4 times and adding them together. So just mashing that all up. So if I run this thing in 2.18, can't type at this angle. Okay. Oh, bypassing the slow parts doesn't look like it's working right. Did you see all that delay? And then, oh, guess what? It bombed. That's because 2.18 isn't as lazy as it's supposed to be. So even though we only asked for fast stuff, 2.18, when it retrieved that complex value mapping, it recursively templated the whole thing. So first we hit the fast stuff, great, and then it got onto the next one. That's why we had the delay, and it's sitting there, and then it got down to the broken stuff, and it hit the divide by 0 and went, okay, so, and we have our crummy error message here. So at least kind of told you what happened, at least you hit the divide by 0, but it's not super nice to look at that. So let's go to 221 and see what that looks like. This is about the same, 219, 220, 221. Oops. Okay. So you saw it came back really fast, that first one, cool. And then this one's blocking, it's only gonna block for 5 seconds even though we hit that, even though we asked for that thing 5 times. So again, 219 and up is a little more aggressive about caching things intra-template. So we don't cache stuff across template runs, but within a given kind of top-level template operation, if there are recursive accesses to some particular thing, and then you go through, that jumps through another template, during that template operation, we're going to cache each of those things so that we're not having to repeat all of that work each time. And there are some, for those of you that were following what was going on in 219, I can't share the benchmarks on it, but we had multiple customers like during the development of 219 that were submitting support tickets saying, hey, we've got these playbooks and they just keep getting slower and slower, like what can you do for us? And so we'd have them send the things in and we look at it and it's like, wow, there's like 2 or 3 pages of Jinja, like in all one template that's just doing all this crazy like data, just really, really deep, nasty data conversion, because it's kind of hard to do some of this stuff in Jinja. We'll talk about a little bit of that later. But it's doing all this really nasty stuff, and then because of the way it works with it's repeating all of that stuff. Every time we go into every time we descend one little layer of any of this hierarchical crazy tree of stuff, it's like retemplating all that stuff, redoing all that work. It was just like, n squared, n cubed, really, really nasty stuff. So just adding that caching, fixing the laziness, and most of the time the other thing is they weren't trying to get to the data that was, they were only using a little tiny path through the data. So by fixing those things and getting that stuff so that it was really only templating what was needed and caching those results, like literally orders of magnitude performance increase. It was really cool to see. Made me very happy. Because that wasn't necessarily what we were going for when we did it, but it was like, hey, it worked. Okay. So that little dumb package sample that we were talking about before, let's flesh that out a little bit more. Again, really simple, trying to keep something that's grokkable for a 45-minute talk. So let's say we wanted to add a separate list of packages that's always installed on all the hosts. So you could do something like this in the task, just do it in line. There's a few different things we have to pay attention to here, right? We've got, I've got the, okay, we've got 2 different variables now that have, shared packages are the ones we're going to install everywhere. The host packages are something you'd probably set in your inventory, group level, host level, whatever. But those could both be optional, so we've got to have a default on both of them that are going to turn them into empty lists so that we're not trying to add a none and a list. And then we figured might as well throw a unique in there just to make sure that we're not duplicating stuff. Hopefully the package manager is smart enough to figure that out, but let's just keep the outputs clean anyway. So we're starting to get a fair bit of logic in here. What happens if we want to reuse this? There's ways to do it. There's a bunch of different things, like, well, the most common ones that I see is like, just copy and paste it. Yeah, it's simple, but rarely the best option. I think that's probably obvious, I hope. You can wrap it up in a role. I mean, okay, if you've got a lot of other tasks and stuff to wrap around that, roles might be a decent place to do that, but otherwise probably roles are overkill for this. You could hide something in a Jinja plugin, custom filters can transform values and do whatever you want. There's lots of ways to do it. They're still kind of limited. It's much more limited than Python, with comprehension syntax, but it's still reasonably powerful. And if any of you have ever tried to do any of that data manipulation stuff with the really limited set of tools that like GitHub Actions and some of these other things give you, Jinja is a godsend by comparison. Custom test plugins can answer yes and no questions. And then we can use those things, we can use those in other, we can use those with select and reject. But these things are kind of heavyweight. They have to be written in Python, and they require packaging and distribution of some kind. You have to get these things, whether you're shipping them along with your content or, somehow you have to get these things onto the host that's running Ansible. So they have the plus and minus of hiding complexity, and they have pretty good performance because Python is pretty performant, compared to just straight Jinja. So another option that most people don't know about is Jinja macros. They do show up. You see them on occasion, but they're not used a ton in Ansible. And part of that is because back in pre-2.19 days, there were all sorts of problems with them that kind of limited the way we could use them. We fixed a few things in 2.19 and up that make that easier. So Jinja macro is probably a little easier to write than custom, than like a Python Jinja plugin. It is a little more limited though. You don't have comprehensions, you don't have some of these other things. It is really nice though. In 2.19, we actually have these set up so that you can pass macros around as like a callable function. So I'll show you a little trick for that. This sort of worked if you were using Jinja native mode pre-2.19, but there were all sorts of dragons and problems, so we fixed a whole bunch of those in 2.19. The whole thing's still a little clunkier than it should be, but it's a neat trick if you haven't seen it before. So the tricky bit here is in this variable. So this thing, I've just got it all in line in the playbook. What? Oh, did it die or?
It's got too hot.
Oh, nice. We'll pause for a second.
Oh, it's here. Sorry, yeah. It's just right itself, don't you?
Yeah, I heard it beep and I think it's
maybe
overheated, maybe.
Yeah.
Just turn my laptop screen around. You can.
Heating off. The windows open. You have the whiteboard. Half of the people have to leave.
It is pretty toasty in here.
I'll leave it all slightly.
Okay, so we'll let that warm up for just a second. Anyway, so those of you that have the TVs in the back, you can see this. I've got a macro here. I've got it kind of broken out into multiple lines, and I've got comments in it, so it's bigger than it needs to be. But that little bit of logic that we had there, I wrapped all that stuff up inside that macro, and then. So this is just kind of standard Jinja. The actual name of this thing doesn't matter except for this part. So there's a bunch of things going on here, but we have to make sure that we don't get any extra, we have to make sure that we don't get any extra like carriage returns or anything emitted, because, you know, Jinja was written as a text templating language. So by default, if you've got, you know, it takes some of the carriage returns and things literally inside the template and wants to emit those back on the way out. So there are, you know, you'll see both in the YAML, we've got the block chomping indicator. It says don't, you know, take the last carriage return off the end. And then we've got the same kinds of things in the macro. So this is the part I was saying, it's clunkier than it should be, but it does work. But ultimately here is that little bit of logic that we had embedded in there. And we can actually pass the packages to this thing now just like a function. You could do this before, but you had to do it in every template or every place you wanted to use it. You had to have that macro, or you had to have an import statement or something to bring it in. So this trick gets rid of the need to do that. So we've got our macro defined, and then the last thing that we do in this template is we have a template expression that returns the macro function. It's not returning an invocation of the macro function, it's just returning the function object, the macro object. And so that, when you reference that variable, so any other template now, that thing's sitting in an Ansible variable. Any place where I say mash packages, like now I get that function object, I can just call the thing and pass packages to it. So once that thing's in there, you can see the invocation of it down here at the bottom. In my debug var, I have an expression, I'm just calling mash packages, just like it looks like a global function. So whatever you called the variable that it's hosted in, that's the name of the function, you can call it. So if that thing, you know, once you've got that thing in a variable file and getting loaded by Ansible, you can use it anywhere you want in your content. So we've had people asking for things like Jinja macros and Jinja things as kind of first-class collection resources. I feel like this is it's clunky, but it's kind of at least a nice stopgap for the folks that want to do this kind of thing without having to splatter like Jinja includes and imports and stuff all over all the places where you want to use these things. Once you get them into the variable system, then they're just callable, they look like a function. So it's, you know, you can put that macro anywhere you want. And once it's loaded, you can use it anywhere. So I think it's just kind of a neat little thing that I tripped over while we were working on this stuff. That's like, oh, I wonder if this works. Yep, it does. So we have a few other things in mind for like things we might want to enhance to make that work a little smoother, and ways to make them even more useful in the future, which I'm happy to talk about, or if we have time, I can wave my hands about it. But another thing, let's see, how are we doing for time? Okay, about 20 minutes or?
Yeah.
Okay. So another thing we want to talk about here is just like variable precedence when you're dealing with Jinja templates. I mean, I think probably most of you have seen, if you've been using Ansible for any length of time, you've probably seen the giant chart of variable precedence, and you know, some of you probably committed it to memory. I'm looking at a couple of you in the room. Talking about how these things interact with templates. Templates and expressions always get evaluated inside of some kind of a context in Ansible. So remember I said, you know, a playbook is not a template in itself. That's because, like, in order to do that, in order to actually evaluate all the individual templates in there, there might be, you know, depending on how many hosts and whatever, there might be anywhere from dozens to thousands of different template contexts involved with this, each with their own unique stack of variables that are visible to the template. So when I talk about context and these things, it's really just like, where are the variable values coming from? We have this kind of layer cake of stuff that we put together with all these snapshotted variable values that, you know, most of them are the same kind of, your extra vars, play vars, the, you know, role vars, the things that kind of don't change across hosts. And then when you get down into the inventory things and facts, and they kind of fan out, and it's just, it's quite an impressive layer cake when you see that stuff put together, if you've ever seen the code in Variable Manager that puts it together. So anyway, the most common kind of context that probably do the heaviest lifting, you have like the play context with no host variables in it. That's the one that's doing like your play, like doing your play name, and it's going to your first chance at like the task. And if you've got templates in your play name or templates in your task name, the play context is the one that's doing that. The task and host vars one is kind of the normal one that's doing the vast majority of the heavy lifting. That's the stuff that's like, okay, we're getting ready to template this task for this host. That's like the one that does almost everything. And then if you've got loops, there's a version of that that sits on top of that that's got the loop state like tied into it as well. So those of you, any guesses on what this is going to do? You just holler it out if you.
Where is the definition of my host var?
Well, let's assume it's some kind of a host level variable.
The first line it will be empty. On the second line from the host var, from the host, on two last lines from the host.
Depends on the configuration of Ansible, what it does with
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to ask this question, because we got a whole bunch of different answers. The answer is you're all right, because it depends on which version of Ansible you're running, it depends on the config, it depends on a whole bunch of other stuff. And so this brings us to our next little like problem case here, over the handlebars. So this is just another little aside, like what the heck's up with the templating? Why are templating play and task names? Why is this so hard? Luckily this is a pretty isolated case, but again, like, can I get a show of hands? How many people have had a problem putting templates in play or task names? Yeah, okay, it's like about at least half the room. That's, yeah. So many bugs. Like if you go look at, I don't know, it's well into the double digits, like how many different bugs people have filed and attempts to fix this thing, where every time somebody tries to fix it, they break something else, they make it worse. And so luckily this is a pretty isolated case because it's in a really weird place. Like I said, almost all of the templating stuff that happens down underneath that like kind of host and task and loop context, that stuff's all pretty solid, pretty well. This one's a really weird one. But the biggest problem is just the interactions with the callback are very complex. So there's a desire by most things to, we want, before we actually start doing any work on behalf of a particular host and task and delegating stuff off to a worker process, we want to get the callback to print us the like, hey, I'm working on this host, I'm working on this task or this play, so that if something happens, if the worker dies, if something goes bang, if you have some kind of catastrophic failure, at least you knew what you were working on when it happened. So that's why we try really, really hard to get that thing out there before we start delegating anything off to a worker process that might fail. That's kind of the biggest problem. There's a whole bunch of little fallbacks that people have added. There were a couple of things, like when I was actually when I was writing this talk, I found 3 more bugs while I was writing this talk in play, and we actually broke it in 2.19 for play. It used to be non-fatal. Now it's actually fatal in play in 2.19. I just found that bug like while I was writing this talk, so I have something to fix when I get home. So the shorter answer is, like, if you can avoid it, just don't. Like, it's cute, but just don't. If you have to, just use variables that are guaranteed to be defined above the host level, and you'll probably be fine. But so let's talk about some kind of growing pains. Like the deeper you get into Jinja. We've talked about this a little bit already, but Jinja doesn't support list and dict comprehensions. Like those of you that are familiar with Python, Jinja looks so close to comprehensions, so close, but it doesn't support those things, and it's really, really painful when you can't have them, especially because so like some of those things, map and select, like if you squint at it really hard, it feels like a comprehension. It's still not quite. And also this next one is the reason that hurts the most, because if you're working in Python, like if you didn't have, like, if you're looking at old versions of Python where you didn't have dict comprehensions, you could still get a lot of stuff done with just lists. You can still get a lot of stuff done with just for loops and like iterative adding and appending things to lists and adding things to dictionaries. Can't do that in Jinja. Jinja does not support that in any kind of normal way. There are lots of little hacks that people have come up with, and so, some of them are really clever, some of them are really ew, but Ansible, as like most of those things, are blocked in current things for security purposes. Let's just say, like, when you start providing access to dunder methods in Jinja, like, you can pretty much own the world. You can do anything you want. So most of those things are blocked in recent versions of Ansible. So those of you that have seen the set trick, with the calling dunder set item on dictionaries and stuff, that's blocked by default. There is a knob to turn it back on for the things that are blocked, because we know there are people that are using this, but we're working on other ways to handle these things. So composing Jinja things is a lot harder than it should be. Like you saw some of the backflips we had to do to get a macro set up and to do things like, hey, I want to project something into a dictionary. I want to add something. I want to mutate something. I want to pull something out of a collection. And then composing those things together. If you want to compose a macro, if you want to, you can't use it, you can't pass a macro to select. You should be able to. That's one of the little tweaks that we're playing with, is updating some of the select, reject adder, all of those things that can take tests. We're playing with ways to make those so that they can take macros. It actually, then you can kind of inline pass a macro to that thing, use it this way. So you can have basically tests that aren't written in Python. You can have tests that are written in Jinja and still work with select adder and with a hypothetical future list and dict comprehension filters and things. One of the other things I've mentioned, it's really easy to run into performance cliffs with Jinja. So you can because of all these things, people, and I've done it myself. I was doing it while I was writing this talk. I'm like, oh, there's got to be a way to do this, and it's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more, and then eventually you look at this thing and you're like, okay, I've got half a page of Jinja here just to project something and rename. I want to tweak the names of some keys, or I want to filter some stuff out of a dictionary, and I've got a half page of Jinja. Step back, look, and say, just declare bankruptcy, call it a day, try a different way. It's really easy to let those things get, when you're doing the other things we're talking about hiding complexity and it's really easy for those things to get out of hand. You forget about them, and then oops, you ran into a performance cliff because now you've got an n-cubed algorithm for that's generating your inventory. I have lots of stories about that, and I kind of mentioned, we get these customer things that fall into that category. So I can share stories. I just can't show them to you. But at the end of the day, if you've got something that's noticeably slow that feels like it shouldn't be, file an issue on it. We've found a few of those just from users just kicking stuff out to us saying this seems like it shouldn't be slow. Why is it so slow? And it's oh yeah, there's something dumb. So yeah, if you see something like that, you run into it, please file an issue. And then just an exercise for someone who's, if you're bored. This is something I tried to do for this talk that I'm oh, this should be easy. I spent, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 hours on it, and I still have the blood on my head from the head desking. Try to use Jinja against our setup module to get a list of active nicknames on a Linux host that don't have any IPv6 addresses. If you're bored, I'll buy you a drink or something if you come up with a solution for this. And it's possible. I came up with a couple of things, but it's gross. So yeah, just avoid the growing pains. The big, keep it simple. Is there something you could do outside of Ansible? Obviously, understanding variable precedence is important. Reuse and compose these things, try to hide the complexity a little bit so that people that are using your automation or people that are reading your automation can see what's going on. If you have all that stuff inline, completely inline, it gets really inscrutable really fast. Try to minimize the copy paste and any other kind of monolithic, just big code things. And then, reshape your data where possible. We're guilty of this. That particular problem that I was talking about with the nicks, it's just kind of a dumb shape that's in the setup, that comes out of setup. It's if it was just this little bit different, it would be so much easier. And then interactively test your templates, play around with them a little bit. Don't just be oh, well, the playbook ran, call it good. Play around with them in Ansible Console, playing around with them in Ansibug. And then I've mentioned, that we're looking at some new ways to fill in these gaps. So ways to use macros as filters and tests. I actually have this all working. I was hoping to polish it up and actually have it released before this and be like, hey, look, but nah, that part didn't happen. But yeah, it does work. And then those kind of expression and comprehension-esque filters that would let you do things that feel a lot more like Python list and tick comprehensions. Any questions? Yeah.
Hi. I got hit pretty hard. Sorry, I got hit pretty hard when 2.19 was released because of this unboxing. I was the one that sent the big bug with the hack.
Okay, nice.
The flag.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So I know at some point that will stop working, and there's many things I still cannot do.
Yeah, we won't shut it off until we have a replacement.
But main thing I want to say is, over the years, people have been doing things like modifying variables in tasks, like this kind of things that people also just finish that workflow, and many other things all unhacked. At the end of the day, what I feel is that the main problem is change, right? Because change just still doesn't support things like cognitive comprehensions or even binary operator. So, kind of a song, rather than the method. Are there any thoughts about at some point making representations in a different language? Like having the option to use something like not change?
Or Python snippet.
Okay, so the question was, with a bunch of these changes around operators, like the things that we've kind of the little hacks that people have come up with that we've kind of had to disallow, or that we've had to nerf a bunch of things for security reasons. The question was if there would be other languages or other options that to do these things in. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but the Python snippets thing would be much more likely than like a Node.js or something, I would guess. There are some things that we played with in different ways to do plugins, plugins in different languages, but that aren't just, you can already do that with modules, but we have played with a few things, some of the things with the worker model stuff we're messing around with, like that's top of mind. We're going for easy first, but yes. For some, Jinja plugins would be a really big lift for that, and there would be a lot of overhead to do that safely. So I don't want to give you much hope on that one, but yeah. Thank you for the bug report and the engagement on that though, because yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Time for one more question, I think.
Okay.
A quick one.
And if there isn't another question, I also have something I can demo real quick.
I'm not sure we'll have time for that.
Oh, we got
time.
Okay.
Okay, so I think some of you were at the Contrib Summit. I don't know how many years ago it was, where Civil and I demoed the register projections feature. But we finally dusted that thing off and kind of revamped it after all the data tagging 219, 220 stuff. So it is currently slated for 221. So basically what this gives you with register now, register, instead of just taking a variable name, register can take a dictionary of variable names and expressions. So you can project out, if you want, from a single task, you can take the result and pick it apart. You can bring in other results, graft everything together, do anything that you can do with a Jinja expression. You can get that to come out, and you can bring out as many of them as you want. Doesn't need quotes, doesn't need handlebars. It's just a straight expression. You can stack values, so you can access things that were registered. Like if you've got 5 variables, you can have the next one can register reference the previous one. Can't do that in setFact. And then for loops, you can access both the accumulated values as well as the individual values. You can do both. You can do either. You can do anything you want. It's one of those things you don't need it that often, but when you need it, and you've never been able to do it. So we did that. So, and we'll do a really quick show here. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, anyway, so here's the old one. Here's what it looks like now. So notice register. We have just 2 lines on register, and we have just expressions, no handlebars, no quotes, yay. So this thing is out there right now if you do pip install fallible, or if you know how to do, you know how to build something from source. But if you just pip install fallible, like you will get this, and you can play around with it. We would love to have any more feedback on it before we commit this. It's probably going to end up getting committed in the next few weeks if we don't get any showstoppers. So please play with that. Thank you very much. If you had questions for other things, please come find me. I'll be around.
Audio's on.
Okay, alright, thanks everyone for bearing with us just then. We're going to get started. Chetna's going to be talking to you today about behind the scenes, how we ship Ansible and network collections. So over to you, Chetna.
Hey, hello everyone. So I'm Chetna Agrawal. I'm actually leading and managing Ansible content networking team. I work with fabulous team which actually has written, developed these collections, and are shipping these collections to our community and customers, making network automation more reliable, more easy to use. How many here have actually used Ansible network collections previously? Oh, nice, cool. At least I got one or two hands, okay. So this talk is more about making it aware of we have these collections out there in the community to use, and maybe make your life easy with network automation going forward. So this is a typical agenda I'll be talking about today. It's more of a process we follow to maintain these collections, release these collections out there in Galaxy and for our customers as well. So we'll talk about what actually network automation is and how it differs from traditional IT automation. I'll cover about what network collections we have, what we have developed as of now. I'll walk you through our CI/CD structure, testing and validations we do before releasing these collections, how we release these collections, the release workflow, some challenges and some trade-offs while maintaining these collections. I'll talk about some best practices and lessons I have learned leading this team from last 1.5 years maybe, and some takeaways for people who are going to write their own collections, or maybe doing some community work out there which they can find it useful. So let's start with why network automation and how it differs from traditional automation. Network automation is different from traditional IT automation because network devices are very stateful. They are constantly, tracking routes and, the live trafficking and sessions going out there. For example, we automate, we do, like I myself when I started my career, I remember turning off some firewall and by mistake I broke down the whole LAN setup we had internally to work for the engineers, and everybody left that day early saying thank you to me that because of you we were able to leave early today, because there is no simple undo button to make these changes we have made irreversible. Another big difference is like a lot of compatibility matters more than new features in network automation. Why I'm saying this? Because a new shiny feature may not be very useful with network automation, because like I said, making a simple ripple can break the whole network, can bring the whole network down, which nobody can afford for now. Okay, so there comes into picture our network collections. What we have done is we have incorporated a well-curated collection, which can be, maybe a standard process to follow, that regardless of the vendors, regardless of heterogeneous devices out there, you can use these collections to write network automation for you. I can also add more to this, like going forward I'll showcase you what all collections we have and how they are enhancing capabilities irrespective of Ansible core releases. We are trying to maintain our own releases, giving early access to vendor specific requirements and features. So this is typically a network collection looks like. What we have in it are different modules written, plugins and roles. Modules, basically we have written some modules to talk about all the network devices specific OSs that can be command line or API calls for each operating system, as the network operating system for each devices differs. There are plugins written which actually helps to communicate to these network devices, including connection, terminal, transport handling using CLI, maybe APIs, netconf. All these are part of our plugin collections. We have written some roles. I'll talk about one of those for just to bundle the tasks together and make a repetitive checklist out of it. So why all this matter? Why I'm talking so much about network collections like this? Because scaling network automation is quite difficult because the consequences are very real. We can't afford network downtime anytime. So, and there are dozens of environments, dozens of collections, and definitely a shared Ansible core which sits behind, which keeps breaking changes. So that level of scale increases the complexity and also leads to, a big blast radius of any mistake that can cause a network to be down. Quality and safety, of course, it matters because we can't let critical bugs, play with our network, and a single regression can definitely break your modules and all those things. Velocity is something I want to talk more about because with a lot of changes coming with different Ansible core versions, different network devices out there, team needs velocity to manage these collections. We have to provide extensive support with new upcoming devices and, of course, new Ansible core versions coming together. Finally, like I said, compliance and trust matter more than shiny features in network automation because they need to be safe and predictable. So these collections we have written are like upstream. They are all upstream. Whatever we write, it's there on the Ansible Galaxy to use. We definitely have a downstream version for our customers where we provide Red Hat support and SLAs for that. Why they both are needed and they coexist together is whatever we release on community is like, it's immediately available. You guys can help test, use extensively, give us rapid feedback that helps improvement, and we have GitHub-based support for that. Downstream, definitely network needs a lot of support and a lot of maybe subscription-based model is there for our customers to make use of it. Maybe it's more about having compatibility guarantees and vendor-specific features and like customer support present for those things. This is typical collection structure we follow, and it's out there. All the collections written, if they are standardized and they follow this kind of structure, it helps maintaining them, on a longer run. So we have all the modules, connection plugins, roles, playbooks, tests, and metadata and documentation all version together under one structure. And this is a standard structure we have followed for all our collections there. And these are the collections we have. Ansible Net Common mostly contain all the common utilities and basic automation primitives across vendors, so they can be used for different vendors out there. Then we have vendor-specific collections written that are for Cisco, iOS, NXOS, Juniper, Arista. And we have roles written, so network backup is one of those where we have actually written roles to automate and configure network backup and ensure network state. So I'll talk about this more. I'll showcase how we are doing our releases and how we are maintaining, how we are publishing these versions of our releases to Galaxy. But basically, a typical release PR looks like, where we update the upcoming version in our Galaxy ML file. And then we make changelog entries depending upon what kind of releases we are making. Maybe it can be a minor change, it can be a bug fixes, it can be a breaking change release leading to a major release as well. This is the process we follow. I'll showcase it. We create a release tag and then we publish the collection to the Galaxy and Hub as well. So this is a typical workflow we follow. We have our feature branch created on Devil. Then there is Ansible team that does reviews and approve changes. We run extensive sanity and integration and unit test on those PRs because these tests are very important. Given that I'll showcase how extensively we are running this test across all the Python and Ansible versions to maintain the quality of the code. So basically these are the tests we run. Sanity actually covers the lengths and syntax failures. Unit test covers most of the workflow changes that has been part of the PR. Before merging those PR, ensuring that the individual parts are not breaking any integration before integration. And then we have end-to-end integration tests written for each and every collection we have, so that we validate end-to-end functionality and compare and confirm that interoperability is realistic and in the network environments. But in spite of all these, it's not that those collection doesn't break in real world. But these are the basic reasons why we see those collections failing. Inconsistent structure, lack of standardization. Like I mentioned, having a standard structure across the collection helps maintaining those, given the extensive versions and vendors out there for the network automation. Testing coverage, like I mentioned, with shared core, different devices, different versions for those devices, a lot of changes goes in that requires like extensive testing. We need to have very clear release guidelines so that it keeps the confusion away. And of course, above all of this, there's need of high-level documentation, which gives like clear usage of how the collections are being used and maintained. So this is what we follow. Like there is a definition of done which we follow to release our collections. We make sure that we run all the sanity unit integration tests. There is a proper documentation attached with each and every collection. If you go and check those collection repositories, they are well documented and with all the data, metadata available there. Of course, we try to have all the deprecation notice coming published out there before making those changes. I'll talk about it more, like maintaining these plugins, these modules is a very extensive work. So definitely with upcoming Ansible releases, core releases, or upcoming changes, there are a lot of deprecation that happens maybe in future, like we are deprecating Paramiko from Ansible core soon. So in future there will be deprecations around maybe Python versions coming up. So these notices needs to be published beforehand so that it helps people adapt to those changes coming up. The changelog update, like I mentioned, version bump, and the vendor sign off, that reviews needs to be very extensively done before we release those collections. Like I mentioned, adapting to the breaking change. So there would be more deprecations coming in future as well going forward. Like I mentioned, Paramiko being deprecated soon, we will drop the support for that. So understanding those deprecation timeline is important as user of these collections. Testing against multiple Ansible versions, core versions is something that needs to be done extensively. Use version constraints. Maybe I would suggest that updating requirement YAML file time to time with supported versions. Monitoring release notes and changelog is of course something very much important to see if there is some breaking changes and new releases coming up with new requirements. All this gives enough time for a network automation engineer to plan some migration strategies coming up. Last not but the least, the communicating changes to the user, definitely on the forums, on our community. We are trying our best to get those communications out early so that there's transparency and there's communication happening around those upcoming changes. And providing update guides. Like I mentioned, having extensive documentation, very well user-friendly, step-by-step process to upgrade to the newer versions, new collections, is something that is very much necessary. So before I move to takeaway, I'll try to quickly showcase you folks. Will I able to move this?
Check now, we've got about 3-4 minutes left.
Okay. I actually wanted to showcase the release workflow. But let me see if we can quickly walk through. Okay, I'll just quickly showcase this. We'll fast forward it if needed. So basically these are the tests. I was talking about all the collection tests we run. So these are the collection tests out there. I'll try to showcase faster maybe. So these are the tests we run. This is our basic workflow. We have code coverage using Sonar Cloud. Then we have Ansible linked. There's sanity. There is unit test. And above all this, there are integration tests as well that are run against the collections. The code for these tests is out there in the community, so you can definitely go and check that as well out. Due to the time constraint, I'm just moving ahead. So Ansible, Lint, Sanity, all these tests are run against all the Python versions we support, all the Ansible core versions we support. So starts from Python, I guess 2.11 and then runs till core versions from 2.15 to latest 2.20 as well. Like I mentioned, this is our sanity matrix, all the versions that are being tested against, the stable versions from, it's 2.16, my bad. And similar way, there are integration tests that are run on demand. So this is something I just triggered this test for one of the PR that was waiting to run. So we have CML instances running for our integration tests out there. So like I said, the code is available on GitHub. You can go and check the Ansible Content Action repo for more details on the tests written out there. I really wanted to show the PR I recently merged and released. I guess it's hanged. It's hanged. I guess I tried to get the repo here out. It's not moving.
Okay. Okay, we're at time now. So,
okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I can show. I actually recorded how we do our releases, what changes we make, to what metadata we change before we do the release, prep for the release, and actually push the release to Galaxy. And I could have shown you those updates, but I don't know why it's not working as of now. But if anybody wants to talk about our network collections and how we can make it better for you folks, you can reach me out. I'm right here. So thank you. Any questions anybody have before I move ahead?
Quick question maybe.
Yeah.
So you have feature branches. For how long they exist? Like a few weeks, few months?
Until after merge?
No. Since creation till merge. What's the timeline?
They can exist for as long as the reviews goes by, and they can get
typically
merged.
like it's a week when you merge.
Some feature branches are open from quite long time in the community, so maybe years as well, depending upon the reviews going forward. Or if we can't merge, then we definitely put it as can't get merged.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. It's Kirill, right?
Yeah.
Are we good, Mark? We're good? Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you for bearing with us during the technical issues. So this is Kirill. He's going to be talking about Ansible Docsmith, the ultimate tool to document your Ansible roles. So over to you, Kirill.
Thank you very much. So as it was mentioned, my name is Kirill Satarin. I'm from Red Hat, a principal software engineer creating SAP Ansible collections. Here I'm presenting personal opinion from the community. Yeah. So what I would like to talk about today. First, I would like to put everyone on the same page about what are Ansible roles, what are the components, and specifically which components are important for documentation, for documenting Ansible roles. Then I would like to kind of take a bit deeper look into two tools. One is community tools, which is actually a great tool. I personally use it. And another one, recently emerged community tool from Phone Data. Here I have to mention that I'm not in any way affiliated with Ansible Docsmith. I'm not a developer, I'm not a maintainer, I'm just a happy user. Yeah. Then there will be some demo where I will try to demonstrate what are the features of Ansible Docsmith I like, and then there will be some kind of comparison and conclusions. Yeah. So what's Ansible role? Actually, if you so in order to create Ansible role, you just run simple command Ansible Galaxy role init, and then you have to supply the role name, which is the one without any spaces. Yeah, basically string this without spaces. And this is how it looks like. By default, you create, by default, following structure is created. And we are interested in three main parts, I would say. Argument specification in meta folder, main YAML in meta folder, and README. Yeah. I will show how these three important parts play their role in the documentation. Yeah, so this is how meta main file looks like. Usual parameters which you supply. Basically everything here is for information purposes. Maybe there's exception of dependencies, which are actually roles which will be executed before you run the role. Yeah, everything else is just for information. And actually it's, as I understand, it's kind of historical. This file, this information is nowhere used, for instance, for Ansible Doc, by Ansible Doc tools or anywhere. And I just wanted to highlight this kind of a void where you have to fill it in, but it's kind of lost. The next file is README file, which I know that everyone is using. Yeah. So this is information. The file is rendered on Galaxy Ansible.com. So if you upload your collection to Galaxy or on AEP, for instance, because this engine is exactly the same, you will see this README file rendered there. So README.md, so this is markdown file. It will be rendered. You can see it. Yeah. So here is a So here's a comparison. This is not in any way a recommended structure for roles README file. This is something when you generate the role. This is something which is already available. Yeah. So this is just basically sample data. Yeah. And I'm here trying to compare to modules documentation, which has much more mature ecosystem, we might say, around documenting themselves. So in order to create documentation for module, you kind of forced to do it because sanity checks will force you to provide all the information of documentation, description, all the parameters, all the options of this module, and provide examples and return values. Yeah. On the other hand, for roles, there is no such ecosystem or any checks. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, there is a sanity check for the role, so README file exists. Yeah. So this is the only check. If you put empty README file in a role, Ansible is pretty happy with this. It doesn't need anything. Yeah. The third, the most important from my point of view, is meta argument specifications. So this is available since Ansible 2.12, if I'm not mistaken. So this is very long time available, but not very much used, I would say. And this is a structure of this YAML file. So this is a YAML file, which has a following structure. This is entry point name, and I will talk about what are entry points for the role a bit later. Yeah. And then we have for the role description, short description, full description, some information related to collection if this role in collection, author, and options for the role, which are actually validated. But they are validated dynamically when you call the role. There is no validation when you develop a role, for instance. And then the next entry point. So this is a list, or rather dictionary of entry points. Yeah. So what are these entry points? Actually, entry points, they're just files in your task folder. Yeah. Every time you include or import the role, you can have these tasks from, and here comes entry point name. Yeah. They are rarely used, so I'm almost certain you don't use those. Anyone who uses entry points for roles? Okay.
In one place.
Three hands. Three hands. Okay, 4. Okay. Yeah, I would argue that this is, if you have a separate functionality for the role and you want to use entry points, just create several roles for that, actually. Yeah. So, and on the collection on Ansible doc side, there is actually main file, usually information from the main file, so from the main entry point is rendered. Yeah. So idea is that you don't need these entry points additional, you just need main file. This is just something I'm thinking about. Yeah. So sum that up. So we have readme.md file, which contains kind of information about documentation about the role, which is managed manually. We have, and it's on galaxy.ansible.com. Yeah. If you would create a website with the documentation for the collection using Ansible doc tool, yeah, you will actually render this argument specification there. Yeah, the RST files and later HTML files will be rendered from argument specification. So we have a mismatch between README file, which you have to manage manually, and the actual argument specification, which is actually the source, single source of truth for the role. Yeah? And there is a third, which I think rarely used. You can actually get information for the role using this Ansible doc command. Yeah? Which is also from the argument specification. So argument specification seems like a nice place to have all the information for the role and somehow render it out of the roles. But there is not much place because this is kind of hard YAML structure. Yeah. So this is Ansible Docs, which is a community tool to build collection docs and later collection website. Yeah, and it generates RST and later things. This is kind of workflow. Yeah, and Docsmith. So Docsmith is a tool only for the roles. So this is clearly kind of missed functionality. I don't think they tried to implement anything but the roles documentation. Yeah, and it's pretty easy to install. There is already version 2.0. Yeah. So 2 features I like in this tool. First is validate specification and generate validate argument spec, and then based on the argument specification generate README files. So what actually problems we are trying to solve? So first, not all the attributes are there, and I would like to put a little bit more attributes in the argument specification in order to render them. Yeah, and of course I don't want to maintain separate README if I'm trying to put all the documentation in argument specification file. Yeah, and thus releasing myself of managing README file and having only one single source for role documentation. Yeah, demonstration. Oh, it's kind of strangely looking. Okay, I hope this looks good. I can do and like this, but last year I told that this is better. Okay. So this is just an example collection where we have one role. So all the information is here. We have some parameters. Don't look at the role. This is just an example role. And in order to run commands here, I'm using makefile. So here make. Is it visible? Not really. So we have several commands. Yeah. For role 1, this is just generated file by default. Nothing changed there. Yeah. So first of all, we will validate using Ansible Docsmith. Yeah, to be honest, I don't see on my screen anything because of full light schema. We will validate information if this information in the role is correct. So this is build time validation for argument specification. So indeed we have some issue. README exists but missing required markers. Yeah. So Ansible will not, Ansible Docsmith will not be able to manage this information. Information inside README. So what we need to do is just copy these markers and put them actually anywhere. We are happy. So now we can, and the same actually will happen if in argument specification we have our parameters defined here. So if we remove one parameter from the role, which is actually required, this is defined in the defaults, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and we run our validation. And now it complains about that. Yeah, so this is a very nice tool, and I returned it back. So again, running validation. It's all nice. Oh, validation, yeah. So now, okay. So now I will generate for role 1. Oh. Role documentation generated from YAML file argument specification. So, nice feature about Ansible Docsmith that it supports custom templates. So this is actually custom template which already renders from argument specification information about role limitations, about dependencies. I'm sorry for the scrolling issue. Dependencies, license, author information, and part of the information at the bottom, license is duplicated because we have it in our markdown file. So what I will do, and some information here on top, I will just move the markers, one on top and one at the very bottom, and we'll run generate again. I'm sorry. Yeah. And we now again preview this. Yeah. So moved in all these markers. So markers mark the beginning of the end, whatever is generated by Ansible Docsmith. We now generate the whole document using Ansible Docsmith. In order to do that, of course, I had to put more information in the Ansible Docsmith document. Yeah? And I did this just adding more entry points. So this Ansible argument specification for the role has strict schema, and you cannot add more more parameters there, but you can add more entry points, and there's actually no check that this entry point exists or not. Yeah, you can just add them, and following the Python convention that double underscore variables are kind of invisible, I'm actually adjusted the template so this information is rendered differently. So this information from the double underscore sections, yeah, and rendered differently, and here you can put whatever you like, yeah, whatever. Several strings, one string, you can, using Jinja, which was very nice talk before, render it any way you like. You can render it not only in Markdown, but in other formats as well. I think it's time to go back to presentation. Yeah, so this is just highlighting of the section. So this is what we have in YAML argument specification file, and this is, I don't know, 10 lines of code, which converted this into using Ansible Docsmith. This is courtesy of Ansible Docsmith because they have this special Jinja filter. And yeah. So this converts this very nicely. So we don't have to maintain documentation for the role in several places. We can maintain it in just one. Yeah, and comparison. So Ansible Docsmith on the left and Ansible Docs, Ansible Doc. So Ansible Doc is still the great tool to generate documentation for the whole collection. It supports all kind of plugins, modules, roles, and so on. But for roles specifically, if your collections are role heavy, I would recommend Ansible Docsmith. And I think that's all what I wanted to share today. Questions?
So is there any questions from anyone in the room about Ansible Docsmith and what Girls talked about? No? Okay, well, if that's it then, thanks, Girl.